Holy landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. And I welcome you to another Friday. It's finally October, as you can tell by the jack-o'-lanterns and hey, focus, you want to work with me today? No? No focus? Ah, that's rough. That roughly summarizes my mental state. I'm doing bad, thank you for asking. It is Friday, October 4th. It's just observed that it was nice to see all the Halloween plushies out, which most or all of them are, and I agree it's fun and nice, and it's October, so I'm wearing one of my Halloween shirts, which I was also just commenting that I don't wear enough. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a couple plushy things. So for one, I went to the pharmacy earlier this week, and the pharmacy is the only place I know of in Florida since I've moved here that has Squishmallows. And they already have their Christmas ones out because just you can't stop, won't stop. Need a little Christmas right this very minute, etc., etc. And there's some Christmas ones. I don't think any of them are especially noteworthy. Honestly, it has not mostly been a great year for Squishmallows, in my opinion. I mean, I feel like we've been on a rocket ship to the moon since like I got Carlos, my first ever one, and like just we've been innovating and doing crazy stuff. And I feel like this year, like I think there was like some good ones around Valentine's, and then like since then, not a lot. The watermelon octopus I think was also this summer. That one is good. That's good. And this little sparkly spider, which I'm pretty sure is a new one, also good. But I did want to comment on a particular one I saw that I don't love. I don't know if this will mean anything to you all, but like I had like a bit of an existential crisis. So, Squishmallows have characters that they sort of iterate on, right? Like Carlos as we know him is a special Carlos. Like I think original Carlos Crab is like one of the first Squishmallows, one of the first like dozen or so. And if you've ever seen a photo of like OG Squishmallow Carlos, he's like lumpy and weird. I mean, I still love him. He's Carlos. He's perfect. But like he doesn't really resemble modern Carlos. But there's what is his name? Cal or something? The cat, which I have the Halloween dressed up as a giraffe cat, and I have like a winter one. Cam, I think it's the three-letter C name for the cat. I could tell you welcome. What is this badge? And I see going around. From September. That's fun. It kind of looks like a little ditto or something. So I bring up the fact that we iterate on existing ones because what I saw mixed in with the Christmas Squishmallows was Lorano Lobster, who I refer to as Lorenzo because it just feels like he has the same Spanish flair as Carlos, who I have decided is like his cousin. But he is a lobster roll. He's got like green onions and like I don't know, cream. I don't know about lobster rolls. Some sort of butter or cream or something on him. But like he is like a Lorenzo, but he's like wrapped up in a lobster roll. Now, so they have Squishmallows that are food, right? Like they have like French fries Squishmallow. They have like boba tea Squishmallow. Like this is fine. It seems cartoony enough. It's divorced from reality that it's like, oh, it's just they brought the food to life and its purpose is to be eaten or whatever, so it's fine. It's happy go lucky food. The next level of weirdness in my mind is actually one of the ones I was excited about from this year. Is there is a Valentine's cow that is eating ice cream cone that's shaped like a heart. And it actually took me a while to really consider the fact that the cow was drinking milk. And it's cow's milk, right? So, like, it shouldn't be that weird. But there's still something weird about, like, a cow producing milk and then processing it into ice cream and then, like, eating it. Like, I don't know. It still didn't bother me that much, but I was like, that's a little weird. That's a touch odd. But there's something like really upsetting to me about an animal that people sometimes eat, like making itself into food and then like smiling at you. I'm like, on multiple levels, I'm not a fan. I mean, I appreciate the effort. He's still, in an objective sense, as cute as a normal lobster squishmallow. But like, I just don't know that I would make that same choice for me. Okay, hold on. Nego has sent me a link, and it went. Okay, I have seen the Moon Axolotl. He is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. There's a similar sort of like spooky, like galaxy stomach cat that's not bad. It doesn't blow me away, but like it's pretty good. I haven't seen that one in person. I think that one might be like a hard sell. Honestly, the best Halloween Squishmallows I've seen from this year in person are this one my mom got me. It's a surprise last week, the Sparkly Cheryl Spider. And hilariously, this like trick-or-treat pale Squishmallow jack-o'-lantern bat. He is from last year. They had him at the pharmacy, and I'm like, you know what? He's still one of the best ones, and he's not from this year. But that's not the only thing that I have to tell you about. This transition will not be smooth. Bear with me. Okay, and now I need to... which one is it? I have so many things over here. This one. Okay. So, when I was, I opened up Steam so that I could download the last Blackwell game, which I presume we will start tomorrow if things cooperate, which is a big if. And I noticed that there was like an alert about like a makeshift plush campaign for not Cobalt Core, which we recently had, but for Hobbs Barrow. But like not for just that. I mean, there's not like a lot of things you can make a plush out of from Hobbs Barrow, in fairness. It would be really funny to like make the evil spirit or whatever. But like apparently they want to make Herbert the hideous cat from Hobbs Barrow into a plush. And not only is that just weird in its own right, because like its notable feature is it's a really horrible looking cat. Like it looks really unpleasant. But like it calls to my attention because this is the earliest I've ever seen a makeshift campaign. Apparently the way this process works is that it starts with a petition and enough people need to pledge to do it. And if you pledge, you pledge $2 aspirationally, hoping that enough people will do it and they'll make the campaign. And then they like will necessarily charge you for the entire construction and shipping of the plush if the campaign goes through, which isn't like the wildest cause and effect that exists, but like there's just something so weird about like you definitely pay $2. Yeah, I think you get refunded if it doesn't go through, but it's like implied you like definitely pay $2 up front. And then like if it goes through, then you like definitely pay the whole amount. Like I don't know, it's just not what like petition means to me, I guess, is why that feels so weird. Like normally petition is like just to show interest. I feel like the fact that you pay money makes it something else. But like it's also weird because it's not like pre-ordering a limited amount. The way makeshift works is it's like make to order, as far as I know. So like as long as you like pledge the thing in the window, then you get one. They make another one for you. I don't know. It strikes me as weird. But hey, just in case you want a hideous Herbert cat, know that you can do that. I think it goes live in like 2 days. Technically, it's not live yet. It goes live sometime early next week. I can't be bothered to keep track of dates. Life is hard. So all that plush talk having been said, the Blackwell Deception. So we've been playing the Blackwell games for a little while now. I think I somehow tricked myself into just committing to playing through the whole series, I mean, they're all pretty short as far as I know. I don't know if like the last one, or even if this one is secretly like considerably longer, but they've all been like roughly the same length, which is like, you know, 5 to 7 hours. So the Blackwell Deception has been kind of interesting. It picks up from the previous game where Rosa Blackwell had sort of committed to being like a medium for hire through the internet. Although it's slightly unclear if she actually gets paid for stuff or if she's just like fishing for ghost work. I don't know. There's definitely a murkiness in my mind in the way that the whole Blackwell story addresses like the calling to send ghosts to their eternal rest. It's not something that's done for like an inherent ethical good. And the Blackwell family, as we've come to know them, aren't like particularly magnanimous people. I mean, like Rosa Blackwell, who's like relatively cynical, I think. There's some point where like she wants to help a ghost and Joy's like, why? And she's like, cause I don't want him to suffer. And he's like, that's kind of weird from my experience. It's just like, okay. But so whatever the case may be, she's allegedly made herself available through the dark web, I guess, through the like 2011 equivalent of the dark web, to solve people's ghost problems. And this game starts with her trying to like exorcise a ghost that keeps stealing a boat, but she does kind of a medium job, finds a large quantity of money, and then spooks the ghost real bad so that he crashes the boat into shore and it explodes. And so then we get an optional email we can find where the guy's like, why did you blow up my boat? I'm so mad about this. I hired you to help, and now you blew up my boat. I'm real big mad, which is fair because it was like a whole entire boat. Well, they did like deliberately buy it as like a drug boat resale from the police or something. I don't know. You gotta be careful with that stuff, I guess is my point. But after that little introductory tutorial quest, we get a call from our friend at the Village Eye, I think it's called. It was like a local newspaper sort of thing to the neighborhood where Rosa lives in the first game, the Blackwell Legacy. And this guy's like, yeah, I'm a little under the weather. I need someone to help finish this thing I started looking into. I know you got the journalistic skills. Could you like come over and do that? So we go over and he's dead. He's a ghost, but we could talk to him because that's what we do. We're a medium. And he's actually super duper like wildly unhelpful in that like he is asking us to do like a pretty big favor of like doing this investigation got him killed, but like he wants us to finish it, even though he's not aware of the fact that he's dead because that's how ghosts in Blackwell work. But like he kind of refuses to tell us basically like anything about the case. First he says like, go to my office and get the notes, and we kind of have to jump through some hoops to do that because we don't belong there, and he's dead so he can't like vouch for us. And so we manage that and we get his notes and we go back to him, and like we have to like look at the notes ourselves and then like call out like the one name that's really like written there, and we're like, hey, what's the deal with like what's her face? I don't remember. The older lady that he spoke to who seems to have joined a cult of some kind. And he's like, oh ho, you should go talk to her yourself and then come back to me and then I'll finally tell you what we're doing. And I'm, okay. So I go and talk to her and she's like, I don't want to talk to you. Cause like we had to, in order to like go see her, we had to take an intermediate step where we ran into her, like her stepdaughter who she hates or something. She's like, you seem like you're cursed by my stepdaughter and I won't talk to you. And also I'm not sure I believe that you sincerely have good faith towards my cult. And, you know, eventually she sort of implies that she'll like trust us or help us or something if we can retrieve this really important like spiritual stone that she had that like she wasn't allowed to take with her. So it's like at the apartment where her stepdaughter and her son and their baby who we did harm to live. And like right at the end of the last stream we did a couple of like really preposterous puzzles that got us the key that we needed to get into the apartment to basically like break in and get the stone. And like right as we were about to leave, They came home from their dinner, the son and daughter-in-law, and now it's sort of implied that we're trapped in the mother's bedroom, and we have to like figure out how to escape and not get caught, or have to answer for the fact that we're trying to steal like a gemstone and also doing crimes. And that's more or less where we're at. But before we start, Neko sent me another link. Oh, that's interesting. So that's, I think you said this was Emily. This is also Emily. Speaking to that point about iterating on existing ones. It does have a cute little, does it say on it? Oh, it says Seas Candies. Wow. It's pretty. It's a little skeleton bat. Here, I still have the thing. Little skeleton bat. There is something very cute about things that are already vaguely costumey, dressing up in costume. I'm like a really big fan of the ghost that's dressed up like a little devil. The Oob Ghost. Big fan of Oob Ghost. Okay, now with for real all the plush talk and the recap out of the way, let's load game. Hi, Neko's mom. Neko's mom showed up right at the end of the stream, and whatever is happening easily influences the name of the save file. Instead of just being the basket, she has one, and it's full of sweets. Is she also a basket? It doesn't actually look like it from that one. Also worth noting, in case you weren't here last week, the earlier Blackwell games have all required you to use like F2 and F3 at very specific intervals of being in control of the game to adjust volume.
Way too long, and none of it sounds true at all.
In this game, you can actually adjust the audio and voice volume separately, and we have this for some reason the word that came to mind was kinky walk speed slider, and I'm just too frazzled to come up with another word, so it's real kinky. And we have it set by default to go real fast. It's funny to me. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what we're gonna do here is we're gonna toggle to Joey. He has a dedicated inventory of superpowers now as items, which are blow hard. And can we just demonstrate how important this ability is?
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And then also his magic tie that when ghosts touch it, they get sent into Rosa's head, and then they can go to the afterlife in most cases. I know we keep changing the character models every game, and I don't know that I really stopped to appreciate how weird Rosa's proportions feel in this game in particular. Is Seas Candies an American brand? I genuinely don't know this. I mostly see like one Seas Candy at like most airports and some high-end malls. I'm not sure I've literally ever had a piece of Seas Candy. It seems like the sort of thing that is expensive because of brand recognition. I don't really know anyone who actually says anything particularly nice about it, but I just don't know that I know that many people who've had it, to be honest. But so because Joey's a ghost, he is without being detected.
Just hang tight.
So one thing we struggled mightily to get into this apartment. I vaguely alluded to the fact that we had like a really troublesome set of puzzles back to back. One where we had to like intuit that a little like square on a desk that nothing in like any conversation or other context had indicated was important was essentially needed to be checked, even though to me it kind of just looked like a desk blotter or whatever, just like a thing you keep on your desk so you don't make a mess on it or whatever. And like then that gave us access to like a higher floor of the building that this family's mother or grandmother or whatever is staying at, the assisted living home. And like we had to like send Joey into the room as a ghost to blow the keys off the corner of the desk, and then if it landed on the carpet you had to like call the cleaning crew to reset the room, but like at that point just like ask them to get you the keys or something. I don't know. It just felt like really obtuse and not at all straightforward. But we kept coming back to here, and it kept feeling like there was something I should be able to do, particularly because at one point I noticed that I could do this.
The numbers on this gizmo went down a bit. It now says 62 degrees.
What was it at to begin with?
I think it's getting a little hot in here. What do you think? Should we open a door? Yeah, I think so too.
There's nothing but a long...
Oh, okay.
So, kid, what's the skinny?
So if you talk to the child, he follows you around. Can I, like, lure him down the hall so she has to get him?
Chris, where are you going, you little monster?
Tab. Leave. Alright, I thought that was gonna be a lot harder than it was. But we got... I mean, I guess I just didn't know what was gonna happen when I blew on the thermostat. Also, 62 degrees is warm for New York? That's not right. Everything about that was a little... What's weird is, like, there are so many things in the Blackwell games that have me convinced that, like, the developer is, like, European, and he's not. He's, like, an American guy who, like, taught English in, like, Korea for a while or something. Like, I looked up his Wikipedia page. Obviously, Teddy Bear is home. Teddy Bear is where the heart is, or something. Do you love that the increased walk speed applies to other characters, too? Yeah, that's how these things tend to work. Who am I talking about? His name is Dave Gilbert, isn't it? Hold on. I have to do this without breaking anything. Yeah, Dave Gilbert is the developer. So, what did that accomplish? Oh, I got the stone. So I should go back to the assisted living home. I have to click this window again. Nico just like really wants me to like not be in the game window. I don't think it's intentional, but that's like the 4th time. Let me go to the common room where she lives. And then, look, I got your peridot, which is apparently how that's pronounced.
Stone back. Is this it?
Yes.
It'd be so funny if it wasn't.
You
That's
actually
not
went into
my
that place and
peridot.
took it?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
That. I thought you were just humoring me.
Nah, I'm messed up. Even though I'm like one of the lesser interesting adventure game protagonists, I'm still willing to do some crimes. Oh yeah, Gavin is the guy who's like in charge of the cult or whatever.
So, about Gavin?
Oh, that's right. You wanted to see him. Well, I'm not sure you are ready, but I can certainly put you on the path. The one you seek is named Lisa Tenzin.
Who is Lisa Tenzin?
She's a
Big
healer.
person.
She is the one who introduced me to Gavin. I sent your friend Jeremy to her as well.
I see.
And then he
So
died.
where can I find her?
Natural
Her office
causes.
is in Midtown. Here's the address.
Thanks. Well,
It's
thanks for
implied
your
that I
time.
gave you the
Oh, it's
address.
been a pleasure. Stop by anytime.
Hello? Can you hear me? Nothing.
Alright, I guess we'll go see Lisa Tenzin. Comma, definitely real human being. Oh, that's... At the bottom one would take me to the bottom. Nope, I managed to misclick every possible way. Please leave? Okay. So this, by the way. And like, if I knew I was looking for a chart, I don't think this would be so egregious. But like, there's nothing that tells me that I need information from a chart. And frankly, the information I get from the chart is also really obtuse. It doesn't seem like it should solve any problem that I currently have. It's like not a good puzzle. Oh yeah, I mean like, the Blackwell games take their jazz really seriously. And it's quite good. I think every game has had better jazz than the last. That's like one of the only things that's truly consistently gotten better from start to present. Because there were a lot of things that I felt like took a step back with Blackwell Unbound, the second one. But like the music in that was still good. Because, you know, like they had like an actual musician in that one. So they kind of brought it.
A street psychic, huh? Keep on your toes. This could get messy.
I think I can handle a psychic. I am one after all.
Just be careful is all I'm saying.
I find it interesting that historically, like, psychics and mediums are conflated. When, to me, they've always felt like potentially distinctive supernatural skill sets.
I am not picking through random trash.
You are a terrible adventure game protagonist. Please pick through random
I
trash.
am not picking through random trash.
Honest to God. I can't believe I still have this yarn brochure. Oh, hi, Arcadius. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I have a glow-in-the-dark business card. How do I
They glow in the dark.
get that to work? That's gotta be a trophy. It's making me mad that I can't do it. The glow-in-the-dark, it's useful. That's not useful. That's gonna be an actual puzzle solution, isn't it? Should knife her if she doesn't pick through the trash. Unfortunately, like, she won't pick up a knife, so it would have to be a ghost knife, and that wouldn't affect her. As we learned last time, when, like, a ghost inexplicably had a ghost gun that could hurt but not kill ghosts, and couldn't affect people. It's very odd, in my opinion.
Oh, I can't get it open.
Hey, you know what would help with that? A knife. Hey, I have a key. Does that get it
I
open?
don't think so.
Alright. Sweet. One thing that has not improved in the Blackwell games over time is just like literally clearing the object that's like on your cursor. This is a thing that the vast majority of adventure games will let you do like trivially easily, and like it's just surprisingly difficult to do. What if I dipped a brochure and yarn into the mailbox and then pulled it back out? I don't know what that would do for me, but I could technically do that.
Any sense?
It makes some amount of sense. I just don't know what the end goal is. I guess I'll just buzz her, huh? Oh wait, can I just send him in? That's fun.
I can't. Full of pseudo-mystic junk.
Blow out the candle.
Not sure what.
Blow out... Seriously? Just no hitbox for this? Really? You know, it's vaguely reminiscent of everyone's favorite inventory skill set from Full Throttle. The, like, talk but also lick to command. They give me the power to blow, but then they won't let me blow out a candle. There's, like, not that many things to blow. It's like the whole reason they give me this as a ghostly power, because it does legitimately kind of suck. Which is, like, fine. Like, that sort of thing is perfect for an adventure game in theory. But, like, come on, just let me, like, this is a game that has trophies. Let me blow out the candle. Just put a birthday cake someplace and let me blow it out with my ghost. Did fun not exist in the 20th century? I don't think it did.
Don't know what I can do with it. Wouldn't want to read them even if I could.
Well, that I
It
understand.
does nothing for me.
Echo says, I guess the main difference is that psychics have the power of fortune telling while mediums just focus on the dead. Some psychics claim to have power of mediums. Yeah, like that's that's kind of my thing though, right? It's like really broad strokes, that's like closer to how I think of like psychics and mediums. And I know that people kind of use them interchangeably, but like I just think that like on some level there is some inherent distinction. But like also, I mean, like at least in theory, since psychic powers have yet to be proven in a tangible way, and they're all sort of supernatural based on our current understanding of those abilities, like psychics can also include things like telepathy and telekinesis, which like aren't inherently tied to ghosts. So like it's just weird to me when people do that.
What am I supposed? Boy, if I could touch it, that would sure be great. It does nothing for me. Huh, classy.
Hang on.
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
That
No
really
idea.
is quitter talk.
I guess there's nothing stop. No idea who that is.
Go to other door. There's a lot of environment to this random woman's house. Creepy bird, oh creepy,
What
creepy.
sort of person puts that kind of thing on a shelf? Cuckoo is certainly the word for the broad who lives here. None of them mean anything to me. Looks like an urn for somebody's ashes. Looks like a phone to me.
Can I blow the urn over and
Not
make a
sure.
mess?
Not sure what... Ah, too far away from red. This is as far as I can go.
Genuinely kind of surprised that we're allowed to go this far. So there's no hitbox for looking at the painting. That's how I ended up doing that. Okay, that's fair, I
Just a
guess.
drawer.
You're just a drawer. I think they're mostly used interchangeably as they're the same group of people who try to scam money out of others. Dad has spent a depressing amount of money on both. Think about the psychics outside of fortune tellers. I also include telepathy and other skills. So, like, you and I are on the same page about this. Arcadius came prepared with a plethora of medium jokes. How are you doing, Arcadius? Has like the Texas weather stopped just being fire all the time, or are we still technically in fire season? Well, I guess we could try the... You know what? Actually, let's do this in a vaguely interesting way. I'll leave him here in this room, and then toggle... Oh, I can't. That's interesting. Why would it not let me toggle? They're supposed to be, like, distinct characters. Went from fire to nice to fire again. How much of the year is fire season? I know the summer in Texas is supposed to be really bad. I also know that summer in Florida is supposed to be really bad, but I gotta be honest, it feels like a lateral move from California, except that I have air conditioning now, so I get to pay attention to it less. So it technically feels like an improvement, but like most days when I go outside, it feels about the same, because like the actual temperature isn't as high here, but the humidity is higher. It's not exactly the same, but it's fairly comparable. For better or worse. Who am I now? Boop. Buzz.
Hi, is this Lisa Tenzin?
That's me.
Penelope Haynes gave me your address.
Is she
I
trapped
was
in
hoping I
a
could
prison
talk to you.
book from Mist?
Of course. Come on in.
Please, sit.
Wow, she made quick time getting up here.
What can I do to help?
The walk speed is so funny. Never introduce yourself first. Always be
What
rude.
exactly do you do here?
I work with life energy mostly. Positive energy keeps your spirit alive and healthy, while negative energy blocks it.
And that's important?
Think of it like exercise for the soul. Just like maintaining a healthy body, you also need to maintain a healthy spirit.
Healthy spirit, right. If I was healthy, I wouldn't be dead, would I?
I mean, you say that sarcastically, but that's probably technically true. Also, like, I don't know where you get off implying that we're on the same page to begin with, that you're supposed to keep a healthy body. I've never been able to figure that crap out. How's it
How
work?
does it work?
Through meditation. That's something I can offer you.
Me? Do you think I need it?
I can tell that your spirit is weak and could use my services.
We're doing... What's the name of that technique where you just, like, repeat the last thing the person said? And, like, you're not actually listening to them, but as long as you, like, repeat it, they, like, think you're interested in what they're doing. Weak spirit!
Spirit is weak. How?
Something is blocking it. It can't function and flow like it normally would.
No, like, I think there's, like, an actual, like, parroting is, like, a way you could describe it, but, like, I think there's, like, a school of thought that's, like, this is, like, a smart guy way to engage in social behavior. Yeah, I think it is. I think my mirroring might be right. I think that might be right. I didn't actually get her answer to that. I was too occupied. Listen, I was not on the top of my game last week, and that has not changed. I've spent like 7 consecutive days trying to go to bed early, and my success rate is like 0 because I've either not managed to do it or went to bed early and had like severe nightmares that like kept me from getting sound sleep. So like no better rested, probably worse off. Work has been awful. Got some like really distressing news yesterday. Just in a bad place. How did that
How's
happen?
that?
In your case, I'd say it was a recent tragedy. Something
A real
happened to you
tragedy.
recently,
That's all it
didn't
is.
Something that affected you deeply?
Well, my aunt died and I got possessed by a ghost. And a good friend of mine asked for my help, but he's also a ghost. But my book, just real bummer about my book. It didn't do super good. I got an email about it. It's a bummer.
I sold a book recently. It didn't do well.
Say no more. You put all your hopes into it, and now you are confronted with the possibility of failure. You are confronting.
That's
the
not
choices
possible.
you
It
made
already
and
happened.
have doubt about whether you made the right ones. That kind of doubt can have a negative effect on the spirit.
You aren't buying this crap, are you?
But if you like,
She's giving it away for free. At least so far she is. Get better? Metal
So
Gear?
how can you help me?
Maybe that's the name of
get
it.
Better.
Metal Gear.
Your blockage is strong, but not
Gross.
insurmountable. I can
Gross.
meditate tonight on the problem. That way, the best course of action will be revealed to me.
Metal Gear?
If
Meditation?
I asked you to do this for me, what then?
It takes a great deal of spiritual energy to meditate on this kind of problem. I need to light a special candle in order to replenish it. So I will need to
I'll
charge
fight
you
you.
$200 for the service. Then we can create an energy work plan.
Oh, I hate
And
this.
you doubted her sincerity.
I am going to have to think about this.
Of course, there is no hurry.
I want to see how far you can get through the game
Forever.
without introducing yourself. I don't know if you've noticed this. I wouldn't say I always do it, but like a lot of the times when I have a dialogue tree like this, I will try to avoid like introducing myself. Like the thing they want me to do first, I'll like deliberately not do first, and that's usually just say like hello or like state some obvious thing that makes the conversation make sense. And I think it's mostly just that like I get like a little bit of a kick out of like having like a whole, like in this case, like now I like totally get what it is that she wants from me and like how we're supposed to advance the game and whatever, and she doesn't know who I am, and that's just funny to me.
Could you tell me
Penelope.
why Penelope came to see you?
I'm afraid not. Our sessions are private.
Jeremy
Did
dead.
Jeremy Sams come to see you?
I wouldn't tell
Actually,
you one
two
way or
did.
the other. Like any healer, I believe in confidentiality.
It's not like exactly how that works. Did a Jeremy Sams die at the High
Do
Line?
you know anything about the High Line?
I know nothing more than anybody else, I'm sure.
Do you know Gavin, who's like maybe your boss or something? He has a cult. You're in it?
Could you tell me about Gavin? Penelope said you introduced her to him.
Those sessions were supposed to be private.
Even still, I would like to meet him.
The spiritual process must not be rushed. Penny was ready and needed to take the next step, but you will need several months of sessions before you can even begin that journey.
Thanks.
It is not a judgment, it is what you are.
Well, I look forward to this. What this tells me is that there's probably some Scientology-esque criteria that we might be able to demonstrate our spiritual readiness, and we will have to use adventure game logic to cheat and like circumvent the normal process and do it like really, really quickly. I just love starting a conversation being aggressively intrusive and rude. Like in Kyle is famous where you could just exclaim that a woman you just met was guilty of crimes. I mean, is that not a thing you do in real life? Like, I think it's funny to do that in video games because I wouldn't do it in real life. But like, if I met like a woman in real life, I would frequently accuse her of crimes. This may be part of the reason why I'm single. So luckily it does. Oh, by the way, Jeremy's dead?
Jeremy is dead.
I'm sorry to hear that. A death often brings us in contact with our own mortality.
No, it's not that. There's no confidentiality if he's dead, right?
There are other worlds than these, Miss Blackwell.
Yeah, we know.
Quick, Joey, blow on her. I should go.
Thanks for listening, Lisa. I'll get back to you about fixing my problem.
Of course. Have a good night.
When she says it like that, I'm concerned she's not so
What did I tell
fresh.
you?
A blocked aura. Do I really have a blocked aura?
How would I know? For that matter, how would she?
Because maybe she's a real psychic. I'm pretty sure they exist. I am living proof.
I don't know anything about auras, sweetheart, but I know a phony when I see one. And that woman in there? A bona fide phony.
So what am I then?
Beats the hell out of me.
Face. This game has not made as good of use of the face that Joey and Rosa share in common. This sign's a little intense, isn't it? Like, I feel like this could be a rave. Just the outside of this psychic's
And what would I
office.
do with it? Should psychics really advertise themselves like this? Maybe
They do.
I've been going about this the wrong way.
They do in California. At least they did. When I first moved to California, I saw so many psychic shops like this. Not with the blinking sign, but with like a neon sign that basically just said psychic on them. And I was like, dang, these are really popular around here. And then like a ton of them seem to have closed in the like 10 years I lived there. Say that like there was ever a good use of face. There was like an unintentionally fun use of face. Now it just seems sincerely creepy. I mean, it was always a little creepy, but it was like funny the way it was applied like sincerely before. I don't know how to put it. So do I just like go home now and like wait for her to meditate on a candle?
What's going on?
And then like steal $200?
Jeremy's notebook mentioned a contact that he followed up with. I think he meant Lisa.
Did he say anything else?
Maybe I should check it again.
Okay.
That's all for.
Yeah.
Notebook. So PH Penelope Haynes. Phob tried to scam me, no surprise, but she can connect me. Yeah, that seems to track.
It says that Jeremy followed up with someone, and whoever it was tried to scam him.
So then the important thing is that he left his phone there? How's that useful to us? Phone. Call. Hang on.
Yes.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Please.
Oh, is this another one of those rooms where I can't use my inventory inside? I do have to say, like, this is a choice, and it's not, like, inherently a bad choice, but I do tend to dislike adventure games that do this sort of thing, where, like, there's a whole environment where you cannot normally, like, use your tools. Like, adventure games are already sort of classically light on action and agency because they're so, like, linear and story-focused. But, like, then to be like, yeah, you have stuff that, like, could be useful, but, like, just for some reason, like, your character's physically incapable of taking out their phone while they're in this room. They must always be in a conversation, and it would be rude to take out the phone, and you can't be in here without, like, being directly engaged with this person.
Thanks for listening, Lisa. Of course.
So, I guess I'm gonna send Joey back. No, because I can't split them up, right? Hold on. It's in the trash! It's in the trash.
God, that's disgusting. Is Jeremy's phone really under all that?
Only one way to find out.
You gonna help or what?
How?
Being dead means I don't have to pick through garbage. It's one of the perks.
Right. Found it. Jeremy better appreciate this.
Yes! We got her to pick through the garbage, everyone! We did it!
It's Jeremy's phone. I found it in the trash. I can't use an I can't use an object with itself. It's Jeremy.
Hold on.
I can't. There's a
How have
tally.
I never triggered that before? For a second, I thought that was like a thing that it only said about the phone. So now what? We go back to Jeremy's apartment and like tell him that we found his phone? Like, what good does that do us? He insists he already has it. I don't know what telling him that we have it does for us. I don't think I got anything there. Leave this wretched place. Jeremy.
Come on in. Oh, hi, Rosa. Make yourself at home.
You did, buddy.
I met Lisa Tenzin.
Lisa? That's right. Lisa. I almost forgot all about her.
Because I've been slowly heading towards the
I'm
light.
after Penelope like you.
Crazy, isn't it? Who knew how big this was? That's why we need to break it wide open. You see?
You still have yet to really know.
Come on, Rosa. You see them on every street corner. These phony psychics, these rip-off artists.
Every street corner, you say?
They can see auras or even talk to the dead.
Imagine that.
That's
It's all a
embarrassing.
lie. Everyone knows that. Or do we? Why do people keep going to these places? There's something beyond this. Something incredible. I'm so close.
God, what a profoundly, like, uncompelling argument for the inciting incident of this case. Like, if he hadn't died, this would be such a boring story for him to investigate. He's like, I almost cracked it wide open. What? What's this big story? Psychics aren't real. What? Like, listen, I'm not saying that psychics necessarily are real, but like you also can't prove that. But I'd say the prevailing sense is that they're not real, so it's not even really news. Not based on the lack of information you're bringing to this. Like, what is it that you think you're bringing to the table here, guy? I have your phone.
Jeremy, I've got something to show you. But before I do, could I see your phone?
What, this?
Yes. Now take a look here.
I don't get it. You've got the same phone as me?
No, Jeremy, it's your phone.
No, it's not. I've got mine right here. I called you, remember?
I don't know how you did that, but that's not your phone. This is. You lost it outside of Lisa's. It was in the trash can.
That's impossible.
That's super weird.
I called it. It rang. It's yours.
No, this is a trick.
Jeremy.
No, just when I'm getting close, you're trying to confuse
Are we gonna, like, make him an evil spirit?
Make me forget my appointment.
Appointment?
Yes.
Have you found your bottle?
I'm meeting with someone who will explain everything.
Bad news about that.
Don't try and stop me.
Someone died there today, and it was you. Well, that went well. Weird that that is something that I think I have to do to progress the game. In that it doesn't seem useful to do that. I guess we'll just go to the High Line. I just lost his apartment. Okay. Sup, buddy?
I was here. This is me. I was standing right there. Then I heard a pop, and then
A soda pop.
Then I was calling you with a phone that couldn't exist. Somehow, I just knew you were the one who could help me.
Like I said, it's what we do.
Could you tell us who you were meeting here?
I was meeting a man named Gavin. Lisa arranged
This
it.
is way late
Heard
for this to be
stories.
useful.
People change around him. They destroy their lives, sometimes even die. Die like I died.
Jeremy, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know why, but I feel good. Relieved. Even.
I know why. Because
Fine.
busted makes you feel good.
You can take over?
We'll find him, Jeremy. This won't happen to anybody else.
Thank you. I'm ready.
How do you like my tie, Mario?
Jeremy, it's time.
The walking speed makes that look so much stupider.
This is incredible. All this time, I never imagined. This is your life now.
This is my life now.
Not quite the village eye, is it?
Beats writing book reviews.
So I guess I should just
Yeah.
Float into the light.
just go through it?
Just go through it. Well, he's gone.
You okay?
Sure. Nothing an entire
Keep hitting my head on the
body
concrete when we do that.
Well, you know what they say. Bacchus knows best.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. So I guess, like, here's my thing. I don't know why I'm inclined to save. So, like, I feel like the way that this case is conveyed doesn't make very much sense to me. And I do think part of it is the thing I was complaining about in the recap, where sort of like he tries to impress upon you how urgent it is that like someone complete this research even though he's feeling sick and not up to it. So he like calls you and then he just like keeps sending you on errands without actually telling you what's up. And then like even when you send him to the afterlife, he still doesn't really tell you what's up. But like it seems like he frames it like, oh man, some psychics just like are liars who are charging people for money. Isn't that ridiculous? When in reality, it seems like what he's found is like a cult of people who believe in psychic powers who are like exploiting people for money and then killing them or something. And like, that's like way different. That's like a way different thing than what he described. Of just sort of like, oh man, con artists, am I right? Like, something bordering on organized crime is just like a separate complaint. And I feel like he did a very poor job of trying to explain what he was investigating or why it mattered. What, though, now do we do? Now? I guess we can never go back to his apartment, huh? How did he let us in before, actually? Because, like, if we needed... Like, if his door was locked or whatever, because he died outside of his apartment, how is it that even as a ghost, he was able to let us in just by being inside of it? Joey is very eager to tell us at all times that he won't interact with, like, physical objects. I genuinely don't know what the next thing
Joey, I'd
is.
like to talk.
You rang.
I'm gonna ask you to prompt me.
So now I've got Jeremy's phone.
I'm not sure what that proves.
It proves he was at Lisa's. Maybe that's enough.
Okay, Game doesn't seem to have noticed that I already sent him to the afterlife. Hey, Keen, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
That's all for now.
Yeah.
Well, I can't, like, talk... No, I can talk to the cops, right?
Hi, it's Rosangela Blackwell. Remember me?
Yeah, what do you want?
I found Jeremy's
I
phone.
found Jeremy's phone outside of a psychic's office.
You did, huh? Where is it?
I've got it with me. Hello?
You found potential evidence and removed it from the scene?
Yeah, I had to exorcise a ghost.
Forget it. It's just junk now.
Jeremy's double dead now. He was dead before, but I made his ghost go away forever. Sent it to the cornfield.
I was just checking in. Any word on Jeremy's murder?
Nothing yet. We're working on it. You got anything for us?
I was just checking in. Any word on Jeremy's murder?
Why is this option still an option?
You got anything for us?
Penelope
Jeremy
Hayes.
spoke to a Penelope Haynes before he died.
From the old folks' home? Yeah, we know. We found her through his phone records. It's a dead end if you ask me. The woman barely knows where she is.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that she's in a cult, though.
I found out that Jeremy went to visit a psychic named Lisa Tenzin.
A psychic? Is it relevant?
I don't know.
Well, we'll keep her on file. Thanks for the info.
Oh, are you enjoying this one better than the others I've played in the series? I think right now I'd probably put this at, like, second best. I think I liked the one before this, which was Convergence, a little better based on what we've seen so far. But, like, this one's pretty good. Has some weird stuff in it, to be sure, but mostly enjoying it.
I don't have anything else for you.
I'm eager to get off the phone. Okay, now that I did that,
So now I've got.
I'm not sure what.
It proves he was at.
to who? Oh, am I supposed to go bother Lisa with this? I think she'll just kill me with, like, cult power. Less frustrating than the first one. In some ways. I mean, as the series goes on, it's gotten a little bit... The controls in these games have gotten a little more like a traditional adventure game, which is nice. The first one was really weird in that regard. It was, like, kind of hard for me to not constantly be aware of that. There are some, like, weird puzzles in this game that I don't like, but there have been a few that have been totally fine. I have no issues with as well. Some of the earlier ones, like, almost didn't have puzzles in them at all, which was, you know, a choice. So clearly there's more to do here, because there's, like, other rooms that you can send Joey into, but, like, I guess this is another...
It's me again.
So I was complaining that, like, we can, like, go see Lisa in this room, and we, like, can't access our, like, inventory and whatever normally. And, like, part of what's annoying about that is, like, I feel like something you would definitely do as, like, a medium/investigator if you were gonna go to a place like this, where, like, this Lisa woman seems to be part of a cult that's maybe doing bad stuff to people, is like, I keep her busy, and then I send Joey to go scope out the place. You know, like, it's weird that, like, I just don't have access to that, like, fairly obvious ability. But then again, I kind of pin that on Joey as a character. He seems inclined not to be useful unless he absolutely has to.
Lisa, I found Jeremy's phone. It was outside, in the trash.
I don't know
It's a
what
public
this
street.
So
does
he
for
was
us.
here.
He might have been outside. I cannot say.
You're a
I know
liar?
you spoke to Jeremy, Lisa. Why are you lying?
Who's Jeremy Lisa?
Lying.
Stop calling me
She did
Shirley.
that.
Should I tell her that I'm psychic? I honestly feel like It's basically the same thing as Jeremy told me, but Jeremy told me seems funnier. It's like Jeremy told me, you said he was dead. I know, witch. I'm better at the dead than you.
Jeremy told me.
Didn't you tell me he was dead? Whatever he told you, it's not true. I never spoke to anyone named Jeremy. I think this interview is at an end. It's very clear that I will be unable to help you. Your mind is closed off. You aren't seeking help. You only want to destroy.
What? No, I only want to...
Your very presence is damaging the aura of peace I spent years trying to create. I insist that you leave, and I also insist you give up this line of inquiry.
Give up? That's not an option. Not for me.
Nevertheless,
My friend came to see you, and then he was killed. You can either help me, or you can get in my way. But one way or another, I'm gonna find out what happened. I'll be in touch.
Smooth exit.
Whatever. Let's just get out of here.
It's weird that the game makes you do that, because that seems
Work?
unhelpful.
We still don't know how or why Jeremy was killed.
That's not really our problem, is it?
Maybe. It's just kind of personal this time.
Yeah, I get it. Look, you get some sleep. You might feel different tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right.
Wake up and you're like, I'm glad he's dead. I'm not going to honor his memory at all.
Yeah.
Even though I
Old man at
promised.
the nursing home. Who is he?
Get some sleep, Red.
So helpful as always, Joey.
Was revealed to be Jeremy Sams, a reporter at the City Post newspaper. No suspect is in custody yet. The police issued a statement to say that their investigations are continuing and advised everyone to avoid the High Line after dark.
Yeah, because when they say murderers return to the scene of the crime, it's so that they could do another unconnected murder. Now, one thing I want to touch on, because the game really sweeps you quickly through the end of that when they decide that the day is over. I feel like Lisa has like a really unnatural reaction to you bringing up the fact that Jeremy told you. And I imagine no matter what you say, you probably get the same result there. I don't think that's like a proper branch. I think that's illusion of choice. But like, it's kind of interesting to me that you're like, yeah, like Jeremy told me that he came to see you. And she's like, isn't he dead? We can't trust the dead. Which isn't like literally what she said. But like, the point is that she jumps really quickly to the conclusion that he would have told you after he died, which there's no specific reason to assume that's true. It's like a weird conclusion to jump to. And then like, secondly, to like jump straight to lie. It's like, I don't know. It's like unnecessarily self-implicating. It's very like Phoenix Wright, where there's sort of like a cartoonish point where the villain gives themselves up, even though there's not necessarily a reason to do so.
Got a sec?
What is it?
It's morning. I'm done with this. What's our next case?
I think that Lisa Tenzin was throwing us a line. She's had
What?
some time to stew. Let's shake her and see what falls out.
I beg your pardon? In what way was she throwing us a line? She said we disrupted her mind palace and that we should never come here again and that we should stop asking questions about this. In what way is that remotely an implication of, like, assistance?
That's all for now.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll humor you, you lunatic game. What happens when I go back to Lisa? Is she dead now? She's not gonna answer, right?
Sorry, I'm not seeing clients today.
Hi, Lisa? Hello? Well, that was rude.
How is it night again? We're just like a straight vampire now? We slept all day?
Nope. Is that Danny? Is that you? How the hell did Lisa get this? How the hell did...
Guess it has one hitbox. Also, someone's been painting on it in lemon juice. It does seem more or less like the opposite of assistance. And frankly, it seems like the game itself agrees with that, despite telling me otherwise, because we get here and she's like, nope. What if I...
Not sure what I'll gain by blowing that all over the room.
At the very least, it'd be funny.
I'm not gonna waste my breath on her. Not sure what blowing on that will achieve. Not sure what... Looks like a phone to me. She knows him. That phony knows him.
Knows who?
Danny Marconi, that's who.
Who is Danny Marconi?
The guy who invented the radio?
Remember that old guy in the nursing home? She's mooning over a picture of him. I don't like where this is going. Not one bit.
Hold on, before we go. Is this just... Oh, it's incense. I thought it was just licorice. I'm like, that's a strong choice. Someone really likes licorice.
It's the way...
Alright, I guess we'll go to the nursing home. Plot contrivance, go! Now they switched the placement of common room and 12th floor, right? Oh, of course. That's why, because no one's in the common room anymore. What? Nani? What time is
I
it?
don't know why they bother with alarm clocks here. What do they need to get up for? A locked door. An impediment.
There's no hitbox for the TV? What a bleak reality. I guess we'll go talk to the desk clerk. Go to the lobby. Hello, where are the old folks at this old folks' home?
Do you have a patient here named Danny Marconi?
Yes, we do. Are you a relative?
No,
Sure.
I'm just hoping to ask him some questions.
Oh, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this.
He's
He
super
passed
dead?
away earlier this afternoon.
I see.
It was peaceful. He just went quietly in his sleep.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, good for him. What are we?
It was peaceful. The one shot to his head killed him instantly.
Sorry to bother you. So, do you want to talk about it?
It's ancient history. There's nothing to say. Let's just get a move on.
So, wait, we have no leads. No worries, Alcadius. Thanks for coming to hang out. Oh, it might be a good time for me to finally bother to reiterate. So next Saturday is our big special weird Halloween thing. I'm trying to get as many folks to come out and join in the fun because it works best with more folks. So I encourage if you got some free time, we've been streaming at the same time as we used to, even though I'm on the East Coast. So 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, whatever your time zone is. We'll be streaming a game you probably know of. And, well, it'll be different. It'll be a new level of audience participation. That's good. But I hope you get some rest, Alcadius. I'm envious of you. So what? We're just supposed to go back to Lisa and be like, hey, this guy that we shouldn't know that you know is dead. Now do you want to talk to us? It's a weird phase of this game. Danny Marconi died.
Do you know a Danny Marconi?
Huh. I feel like I get more brownie points by just telling her, rather than trying to leverage my way in.
I know he died this afternoon. And I wanted to talk to you about him.
Yesterday, you threatened me. Today, you want to talk about my grandfather.
Wait, grandfather?
He was your grandfather?
Yes. If you didn't know that, why are you here asking about
Grandfather? I can't believe it.
That dude had no game. How did he get laid? Our mutual friend.
We have a mutual friend.
Really? And who might that be?
It's complicated.
I ask you again. How do you know my grandfather?
A
Joey?
little help here.
Just tell her this.
I feel like the most specific is that he had a shop on Grand Street. Super weird that he needs to be pressed to help us do this thing he insists we
He
do.
had a shop on Grand Street.
There are a million ways you could have known that.
Fine. Tell her everyone called him Danny Boy and he hated it.
What?
Just say it.
Everyone called him Danny Boy, and he hated it.
Excuse me?
He drank whiskey straight with no ice. He put salt on everything. Played the clarinet like he was born with it in his hand.
How's
He
that?
sold his soul to play at the supper club. And he was madly, madly in love with a singer named Linda.
Madly in love with a singer named Linda.
Linda was my grandmother. She died before I was born.
Thank heaven for small favors. Seeing you would have broken her heart.
You're for real, aren't you? You're one of them?
I don't know. I don't like labels or whatever.
You tell me.
No, I'm not falling for that. I've been nothing but loyal over the years. You have no reason to test me like this.
Look at her, shaking like a leaf.
Just because there was that bit of trouble with the reporter.
You mean his murder?
I am not responsible for that. Why now? If what I suspect is true, you people have looked the other way for years. Why the change of heart?
I mean, I'm a little confused as to what she's implying. I feel like she's suggesting that we're part of the cult and that the cult's coming after her, but it seems like she has some connection to them, so it's weird to make the distinction in the way that she's doing.
Gavin has killed someone.
I can't confirm that one way or the other, and neither can you.
Look,
No, I can.
I'm just a friend of Jeremy's. I want to know what happened, that's all. Whoever Gavin is, he needs to be stopped.
I want to believe you.
Then what's the problem?
Look, what if I tell you my suspicions and I'm wrong? You think I can just walk away?
So what do you suggest?
I'll give you the names of the last 2 clients I referred to Gavin. That's harmless enough. You look into them. You find anything, maybe we can talk.
Yeah, alright.
Fine. Give them to me.
Here.
Thanks. I will get to the bottom of this.
I hope so. But until you do, leave me out of it. Now get out. I've done all I can.
She has such an angry face. Her angry face is so mad.
Danny, was it worth it? You were a good man, Danny. You deserved a better legacy than this. Well, maybe we both did.
So
This would mean something to me if you would talk about your past.
Huh? Oh, sure. Who are they?
We've got a Tiffany Walters. She lives on Thompson Street, just south of Washington Square.
And the other?
Jamie Graham. She's a student up at Columbia.
Didn't you go to school there?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, we have the home field advantage on the second one.
Sneaking through the Columbia campus at night isn't how I envisioned coming back here. Keypad locks. Those are new.
Well, it sure is...
Not from out here, I don't.
Oh.
Hello?
Didn't realize I was clicking on a
Looks like
tiny
the coast is
note.
clear. Must I defy... It says, remember Waterloo.
I am no history student. Luckily, I have Google. $1815.
There's a keypad on this door.
Very cool and normal. Not criminal at all.
This is really old. It's got a cassette player and everything. Does anyone listen to cassette tapes anymore? It must be something she had as a child.
Take her shoes. That'll teach her a lesson. I don't know what the lesson is or why we're trying to teach it to her, but take her shoes anyway.
I'm not here to steal shoes.
Dang it. I wanted to steal those shoes.
We don't need any of that stuff.
Just take her laptop. 1815. Okay.
I don't need J. This looks like a class schedule. I recognize a bunch of the course codes from when I studied here.
You remember that after all this time?
It wasn't that long ago.
If you say so.
You're ancient.
She's mostly taking English and history classes.
Uh-huh.
Now this is interesting. She's taking the same writing class that I did.
That's interesting.
Well, it is to me.
Intro to
She's
plagiarism.
the same professor.
That's a weird update. Oh, sick. Let me steal her mess.
I'm a medium, not a maid.
Dude, what a creepy thing to do is to, like, break into her room and leave, like, no sign that we were there other than, like, cleaning up.
Pretty typical for a college kid, I guess. We don't need any of that stuff. Random knickknacks and a set of drawers. There's nothing useful in there.
Doesn't feel like there's currently anything I can access that will give me the password for the laptop. So I either have to like socially engineer it, or I mean, for some reason they gave me the like professor as an address. Man, I lost my like yarn brochure. Whatever will I do? No, wait, it wasn't an address, it was a phone number? Oh, good. I had questions as to whether they would make me remember the password. Call... Oh, no. She's just notes. Professor Appleton taught me one of my writing classes when I was a student at Columbia University, and Jamie is taking the same class now.
Elaine Appleton was Jamie's English professor. Mine too, oddly enough.
Appleton is like a fake name.
Charming.
What's this ceiling track? Is there some sort of like GLaDOS or animatronic something?
Flyers for guitar lessons, computer repair, and furniture. Although this one looks interesting.
I like how when I click on it, she's like, there's nothing I want here. A bunch of useful stuff and a plot device. Hello, fellow students. It has come to my attention that many of you here have set up insecure Wi-Fi networks for your apartment. That's fine, assuming you want every NYU student on the block to leech off you and slow your system to a crawl. If you are like the rest of us, you might want to learn how to add a password to your system. And here's one piece of advice for free. Your dog's name is not a secure password. Concerned resident. You don't think that that person happens to be talking about the Wi-Fi of whatever Tiffany we came here to see, do you?
What do you want me to do? Scare it? Just a bunch of men?
Just like poke your head in there and like do ghost stuff.
Stay close to the door, Red. I'm heading in.
After you, Joey.
Wandering aimlessly through random apartments is probably not the best way to do this.
Hard disagree. He is a terrible ghost. I mean, like, she is like a subpar adventure game protagonist, but like, boy, is he a crappy ghost sidekick. Like, he absolutely... He just refuses to use his supernatural resources to any benefit unless he absolutely has to.
Locked. I can't just start pressing buttons at random.
You have the name of a person you would like to see here. That's not random. Is Tiffany what's-her-face?
I can't... Tiffany's name is written on her buzzer. She's in apartment 2, right on the ground floor.
Right, so press the button, Einstein.
No response.
Alright, fair enough, but why... Listen. Listen, game. This is... I've seen games do a good job of the, like, one-click look, other mouse button, like, interact. I have not been tremendously impressed with the implementation in the Blackwell games. Where, like, it seems to revel in making things more difficult instead of intuitive. And, like, that, I think, is the main distinction. Is, like, when it feels like using one button for one and one for the other is intuitive, then, like, it's a shortcut. But in a case like this where it's, like, obviously, the intention is I've come here looking for a person, and I want to press the buzzer to see if that person will let me in. Why do I have to look at it before I press it? Like, can't it just be implied that Rosa is a capable adult who understands how the buzzer works? Like... Alright, so now that I've looked at that, can I now send Joey through the door?
Stay close to the...
After you, Joey.
Hello?
Wow, I sure can. What an annoying
Hi there.
contrivance.
Who are you? How'd you get in?
Also a ghost. Landlord? Land shark?
I'm your new landlord. Just checking to make sure everyone's happy.
Really?
Creep.
Oh, how nice.
Creep, creep.
It makes my day when people care.
Huh?
I can see right through you, mister.
Yes, I'm a ghost.
You're not the only one.
Oh, shut up! You think you're so clever? You think you're so charming?
Can't blame a guy for trying.
Well, take it somewhere else. I've had enough.
Enough of what?
I'm turning my back now. I want to be left alone.
I'm trying to remember. I've seen some thing where they make like a huge deal of turning their back. Oh, it's Mighty Boosh. There's this like group of like mystical shamans, and like one of them like violates the shaman code or something, and they're like, and now the shamans will turn their backs on you, and there's like a whole like little tune that plays while they'll slowly turn around, and then the person's like devastated. They're like, no. I'm gonna rustle some papers with my ghost magic.
Sure what blowing on that will achieve.
Hang on.
I don't think she'd appreciate me blowing air in her face.
Why does he suddenly have ghost echo when he normally doesn't, despite being a ghost?
Not sure. There's a message written on this photo. Rachel and Tiff. We rocked? I don't get it. It looks like Tiffany. I guess she worked in an office before she died? I can only assume her name is Rachel. I can only
Hey, what's your dog's name? Incidentally, asking for a friend who's outside trying to break into your Wi-Fi.
No good. This is as far as I can move. Late 20s, looks a bit beaten by life. Hello again.
What?
Haha, made you look.
So, you're Tiffany Walters, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me. Whatever.
Well, we've confirmed that at least. So what's your beef anyway? I never had a broad so angry with me. Not before dinner anyway.
Just leave me alone.
Not something to be proud of? Tell me about Rachel. Rachel, what's her face?
That's a cute picture there of you. Who's your friend?
God, what a creepy way to address that.
It's my life. I made my choices. I'll deal with them. Just leave me alone.
So, is she like aware she's dead? And she's like, no, I just want to be dead. I want to be mad and dead. What up? Also, you've been a ghost for how many years? Yeah, he's just, I mean, it's like I was saying, he just seems like a really bad ghost. Not like a bad, malevolent spirit, but he's like ineffectual at being a ghost in a way that's like annoying and disappointing.
Do you know anyone named Gavin?
Gavin?
Yeah. You know him?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, forget it.
You already seem to have beaten me to that.
Are you familiar with Jeremy Sams, a reporter for the City Post?
What? No.
It's an odd reaction to that. Why would you even ask me that?
Have you ever been up to the High Line?
What? No.
She's responding with the inflection as though he's asking her on a date, because that would be an appropriate response to him asking her on a date, because, I mean, he's Joey. I mean, come on. Doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere with this.
So, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're dead.
What?
You're a ghost. You're haunting your own apartment.
I'm what? That's rich. Really rich. I thought I'd heard them all, but that one. Just leave me alone.
Well, see you around.
Yeah, see ya.
How do you like my
Wouldn't do any good.
time?
A spook. Until she realizes she's dead, she's stuck here. Looks like a pretty threatening letter from someone called STP.
From STP to Tiffany Walters, your final payment. Miss Walters, per our agreement, your final balance owed has been directly deposited into the account we have on file. We would also like to remind you not to harass our client further. This includes phone calls, emails, text messages, and personal visits. We've received numerous complaints. If these actions continue, we will be forced to take appropriate police action. We hope it does not come to this. We appreciate your compliance in this matter. That's odd. She had some kind of arrangement where she had to make regular payments over a long period of time, but also was harassing whoever she had to pay, and they don't even seem to be the company that she got a loan from to buy her car, that then didn't do any diligence to pass ownership on to that person when she finished paying her payments. Not that I have recent real-life experience yelling at people. I mean, can I ask her about STP?
Could you tell me what STP stands for?
Stop with the personal questions. It's my
That would be
life. I made my choice.
SPQ.
I'll deal with them. Just leave me alone.
Her responses are annoyingly unhelpful.
Well, see you.
Yeah.
Just between. That's Thompson Street out there.
Oh my god, Thompson Street.
So how did it go?
She's a spook, all right. Pretty recent one, too.
Just like Jeremy.
Yeah. I got something to say.
What?
Whoever STP was, they didn't part with Tiffany on good terms.
I guess tracking them down is the next step.
Seems like.
Guess we should Google them.
All right.
Sure. There must be hundreds of possible results for STP. This isn't going to help me at all.
This game is so ridiculous in what it decides is a reasonable thing to search and what isn't. Okay, hold on. I just had the thought that I should check my email. I have a new one. Yeah, that one's not new, but this is. My name is Scott Haynes. My wife Madison told me you were badgering her and my mother with questions yesterday. Our family's been through a tremendous ordeal. I don't need you stirring things up. I don't want to get the police involved, but I will. Love and kisses, Scott Haynes. I'm gonna call Sam Durkin about STP.
Hi, it's me again. I don't have
Hang on.
anything else for you.
Just wanted to check in to let you know that I can't help you. If I got turned into a ghost, where would I want to haunt? I mean, I don't think it's a place where I could never eat food again. Like, that feels like a weird choice for me. I feel like I'd be inclined to haunt people in some capacity, but, like, it may depend on, like, what things I could do as a ghost as to what I would want to do. Like, if I had any kind of supernatural ghost power, like, blowing on stuff, I feel like I would find as many ways to use that as I could. I'd be like the opposite of Joey. He's like, I don't want to go through walls and, like, learn stuff. I just want to be, like, irascible and, like, just kind of miserable. So, like, listen, if we just, like, sent Joey into her mail...
It looks the same as all the others. Let's have a look-see.
Oh, I just have to click on the one that's, like, her mailbox? How cool. This is an annoyingly pedantic part of this game.
It's too dark to make anything out. It's too dark.
How would I go about fixing that? It's weird that I can look in there. Oh, I have an insanely stupid idea.
No point.
Just get out of the way, you ding dong. Put the glow-in-the-dark business card in there so it provides a small quantity of light. Hello?
I've already put a card in the slot.
Oh, I have more than one. That was not clear to me. Okay, look in there.
Let's have a look-see.
Oh, I'm so smart.
Just make out the return address. This letter is from someone named R. Abu.
I got a trophy for that.
Who knew that thing would be useful after all?
Who are a booby?
Too many results. Whoever Arabu is, I won't find it this way. It's logical enough to assume that Tiffany knows who Abu is, since the letter was addressed to her.
Ooh. Let's see if we can just ask Tiffany about Abu.
Just between you and me, I think...
Abu is like another extremely fake name, by the way. Checks notes. Abu. Thoughts?
Could you tell me who Abu is?
Stop with the personal questions. It's my life. I made my choices.
This is such an annoying stock answer. It's so, like, profoundly, like, unhelpful. Like, at that point, like, why even have the conversation? It's like hear your question out and then just be like, don't ask me any questions. I've ruined my life and I just want to be mad at this window.
Well,
Yeah.
typical spook. Evasive, cryptic, won't give me a damn straight answer.
So, par for the course then.
Don't worry, we'll get her. We always do.
Joey,
Yeah?
so?
We need to find out more about Tiffany. Her friends, family. She's gotta have somebody.
She's got Rachel. Rachel? Oh,
Yeah.
Rachel Abu. Such a fake name. It doesn't sound like it belongs with a normal name like Rachel. Rachel Abu.
I think it's a pretty good bet that the R in R Abu stands for Rachel.
You're so ridiculous. Hi everyone, just wanted to post and let you know that my new coffee house is open. It's called Cup of Clay, and we're over on 9th Street and Avenue A. Come swing by and say hi. What is this? We did a Google search and we found like an email from her? Like, what is this weird thing that's occurred? Whatever, I guess I'll go bother her about her dead friend. It's kind of what I do. Professionally? Slightly unclear. Hello, Rabu. You might get more business if you didn't call your coffee place Drink Clay. She seems to have like a really good like Smokey the Bear playing pool painting that I'm not allowed to look at for reasons.
Hi.
Hi, you're new here, aren't you?
Yeah, my first time.
I knew it. I never forget a face.
Buy a coffee?
So tempting, but I've already had more coffee today than I should.
Why did you come here?
Are you Rachel Abu?
Yeah, that's me.
Also, why does it give me that option? That's ridiculous. That's so strange. So like come in here and give me a dialogue tree. One of the options is like buy a coffee. And she's like, I would love to, but no. And then you can like still do it for some reason. So your friend is
I
dead.
wanted to talk to you about Tiffany Walters.
Tiffany? What about her?
Super
We're
dead.
friends, right?
Sort of. Yeah, we were friends.
Okay, you know that.
Well,
People don't
before
always
she
know
died.
that.
I'm looking into her death.
Why? Wasn't it a brain aneurysm or something?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, okay, but I'm not sure what kind of help I can be.
What was STP and why were they
Have
mad?
you ever heard of STP?
Nope, I don't think so. Sorry.
God, that's so annoying. No one in these games is ever actually helpful. It is a little vexing. Like, it's fine for things to not work out sometimes in these games to create obstacles that you have to overcome. But, like, it's kind of annoying at a certain point when you have, like, a 0% success rate on trying a normal thing and getting a normal response. Like I said, I dreamed about becoming a ghost once and used the opportunity to go sightseeing, go all kinds of places I could never afford to go. But then I got thrown in ghost jail for reasons I can't remember. When I came out, all my friends had passed away, and been left behind as a shell of a former ghost self. That is a bummer. Ghost me still made it to Vasco streams in my dreams, so hi dead me retroactively. Hi Neko, and hi time traveling Neko's ghost. You know anything about
You
Gavin?
wouldn't know anybody named Gavin, would you?
Funny. I think Tiffany did mention that name once or twice, but I don't remember the
Did she write his name in blood when she died? You know Jeremy Sam? There's some weird thing on like... I guess it's like part of the instrumentation here, where you just get like some room tone that like comes in and out.
Do you know a Jeremy Sams?
Nope. Sorry.
Do you ever go up to the High Line?
Sometimes. Why?
Oh, no reason. You wouldn't know a Jamie Graham, would you?
Nope. Sorry.
Do you know anyone named Elaine Appleton?
Nope. Sorry.
Do you know Tiffany?
So you and Tiffany were friends?
A few years ago. We were both office temps, and when our jobs ended, we got close. I went on to start this place. She stayed on with the temp agency. She was trying to find her way, you know? Maybe
How
she
did
thought
you-
she found it.
If you were working a temp job, how did you suddenly have enough money to start a business in New York
Then she
City?
stopped hanging out with me. Same old story. I don't blame her. It happens.
What do you know about the guy Tiffany was with?
Only that his name was Ken, and she met him while on one of her office temp jobs. Tiffany was kind of intense about him. She really fell head over heels.
He was a psychologist.
It was scary.
You wouldn't know where Ken is now.
No, I wouldn't. Sorry.
What about temp agency? Which agency? Oh, wait a minute. STP!
You know where Tiffany was temping when she met Ken.
I wouldn't know. She never told me. And those temp agencies bounce you around.
What about the agency she worked for?
We didn't work at the same agency, so I wouldn't know. I'm sorry.
Improbable, but not impossible, I don't think. It's really annoying, though. I assume, based on what I know now, the STP is the temp agency that she worked for, or something, and then she was trying to get, like, Ken was trying to ghost her, and she was, like, trying to bother him so that they could get married or whatever, and then they were like, we're basically filing a restraining order. I guess in the end, Rosangela could help Ghost Nego pass on and reunite with everyone again. Yeah, but then you'd have to meet Joey, and that kind of sucks. For some reason, I don't trust this conversation and not require me to, like, double up on one of these things, even though I feel like I've reached the end of the road with them.
Do you know where Tiffany...
I wouldn't know.
What about the...
We didn't...
You wouldn't know where...
No.
Have you ever heard...
Nope.
Is there anything else you...
I told you everything.
Alright.
It's so tempting. Thanks.
Have a good...
STP temp agency. STP emergency. No Power Rangers fans left in chat. That's fine. Ooh, pastries.
Maybe I'll buy one when this is over.
Why wait? I mentioned offhandedly last week that I got like a circular in the mail for Arby's, and that like they were like heavily promoting their turnovers, and I'm like, it's been so long since I've had one, and I don't honestly remember them being any good, but for some reason I'm tempted. I was having a really lousy week, and I like went out to do some errands, and I was like, I'm just gonna go buy Arby's. And I went there, and they like have temporarily discontinued their apple and cherry turnovers in favor of a seasonal pumpkin one. And I tried that, and actually it was pretty good, but I'm still kind of frustrated because like I wanted like a cherry turnover, and I kind of like got myself excited to try it, even though I expected it to be bad. And even though I ended up getting a good turnover, I was still kind of mad about it because I'm just broken, and also because I wanted a cherry turnover. Was this too much impulse control? And I know that's weird coming from me, because I live on it. It's not possible for me to have gotten you excited about cherry turnovers. I've been very clear that they're probably not any good. The pumpkin ones were pretty good, though. I don't know what to do now. How would I ask about... Sam Durkin has yet to be useful, really, for anything. I'll check my notes, I guess. When I go to Jamie's place, I don't really have anyone I can talk to. Hey, wait a minute. Does Jamie have a dog? Is that weird clue on the bulletin board here about, like, Jamie's laptop? That doesn't make any sense. Do supermarkets in America often have cherry pies? Perhaps you could buy one. They're very cheap here and give many servings. I mean, the problem is, like, then I have to eat, like, a whole cherry pie by myself. And the alternative is, like, the horrible thing I did during COVID where, like, I kept buying, like, single serving slices of cake, but, like, even though it wasn't, like, a whole cake's worth, it was, like, too many of them. And then I, like, gained a ton of weight. But, like, yeah, it's pretty easy to get, like, grocery store cherry pie. And it can be pretty good. Like, grocery store bakeries in America, and from my experience, have often been good. Just probably not like 100% success rate. And I imagine each one like specializes in some things they do well and some things they don't do so well. But like, yeah, you could get a good one. Why did they advertise cherry turnovers if they discontinue them? I mean, that's part of what made that so insane. Is like literally half of like one side of the circular was just like turnovers, apple and cherry. It wasn't just that they were pictured. It was like basically the thing that was being advertised. And I go there and they're like, yeah, we don't have that. Failed to see an issue with eating a whole cherry pie. Now listen, I enjoy making that joke as much as the next person, but like I've gained so much weight and I'm really struggling. So like I'm not really gonna entertain this line of discussion. I appreciate no malice is meant, but like it's just I'm really going through it. So as fun as that sounds, like it's just gonna make me upset. Let's talk to Joey again, I guess. I don't know.
Joey,
You rang.
if Tiffany worked for a temp agency, we need to find out which one.
Finding stuff out.
Yeah, I really can't imagine her suddenly telling me a useful thing. That kind of doesn't sound like her MO.
Stay close to the...
After you...
Hello again.
What?
Temp agency?
So, I heard you work as a temp.
Yeah, I'm a temp. I know it's not a real career, but so
Oh,
what?
suddenly she wants to talk for no reason.
In fact, maybe I already have.
Easy there. I was just asking. No judgments here.
Hey, Ken? I hear his job is beach.
So, tell me about Ken.
Ken? He's wonderful.
Is he now?
I can't begin to explain.
He's so gothic and unsettling.
Wait.
Oh no.
Not you too.
Huh?
Why is everyone against us? I don't understand.
I literally just said the name Ken.
How about you tell me about it?
Just go away.
So,
Yeah, I know it's all fine.
easy.
How am I supposed to figure out the temp agency when, like, she's the most annoying character? She's, like, there have been other characters in this franchise that behave this way too, but it's so annoying. It also annoys me that, like, the game sort of presents, like, this open-ended situation where, like, I can go visit Jamie's apartment or dorm room or whatever, but, like, there doesn't seem to be anything I could do there. Yeah. There's got to be some better way to put this, because I've complained about this in other games. Like, even though in some ways I think it's part of the charm of Hobbs Barrow, I also think that game does it to the extreme of just, like, again, like, it's sort of fine for characters to not be, like, completely forthcoming with information and to, like, sometimes be hostile and, you know, create various degrees of, like, social challenges for you to overcome with your inventory and puzzle. But, like, it just becomes really frustrating in a game like this where, like, you kind of just, like, have to talk your way through situations where just, like, no one says anything at all. It's just like, yeah, but, like, you understand that's the gameplay, right? Like, you understand, like, we have to do that, right? Like, I literally, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to find out the temp agency.
Well, see you.
Yeah.
I will also say that, like, it's a little less egregious here because there's so little to do in this room, and the plot sort of drives you to this point where, like, you definitely need to do something in this room. But, like, the photo and just, like, random table papers being, like, this essential information that, granted, does nothing in the short term because of how obnoxious it is to interact with everyone, feels like it's down the path towards that ridiculous, like, schedule thing on, like, the receptionist desk or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's something odd, even though it was still frustrating to a point. Like, there was definitely something weirdly charming about Hobbsborough and how hostile everyone was. Like, it was so... I mean, like, part of it, I think, is just the fact that you clearly, like, even though someone technically invited you there, like, as far as the town is concerned, like, no one asked you to be there. So you're just some, like, uppity, like, city person coming to the rural town and being like, oh, hello, I'm so charming and British and just a lovely young woman. And everyone's like, bah, I'm an old man who's drinking. Like, I don't know. Like, it makes a little more sense than just, like, random people, like, hating your guts even though they've never seen you before. But, like, it's just... I don't know, having to find information from, like, sources that don't inherently seem useful is, like, a weird thing to lean on, like, more than once in the game. Like, it'd be one thing if you, like, broke into an office and there were, like, papers and a photo and, like, the whole pretext for going into the office was, like, I know there are clues here I need. And it's another thing when it's, like, you walk into the reception area, you have a complete conversation with them that yields sufficient information for you to advance the game, and nothing ever indicates that you need information that could be gained from looking at the paperwork in front of her. I just, like, genuinely don't know what to do. The game's like, just figure out what the temp agency is.
There's flyers for guitar although this one looks interesting. Locked. Just some textbooks covering a variety of subjects. They seem to be the only books in the room. You would think a college kid would have more than this.
I wouldn't, but I would think they had a TV. It's past 2000.
These books are pretty generic. They wouldn't tell me anything.
It's weird the way that's phrased, as though, as the player, I'm already supposed to know that I'm, like, trying to figure out what classes she's taking. There's just kind of, like, nothing to go off of right now. Am I like, insane? Like...
We don't need it. It's full of makeup, nail polish, eyeliner, hairspray. I guess that's college for you.
Plus, they really didn't want someone meddling with their important historical sites. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, Thomasina's all like, yeah, like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm gonna mess with your... Like, it's not even just that they're historical sites, which is, like, reason enough to be, like, skeptical of this, like, random intruder to the town. But also, like, there's, like, local folklore about those being, like, home to, like, dangerous spirits that could, like, ruin the town. No, I mean, like, I found the name of her professor. I just think it's weird that, like, other stuff you look at in the room is, like, I'll never figure out who her professor is by looking at her textbooks. And, like, again, apparently, like, a critical source of information is a thing that if you click on it once, she's like, I don't care about her schedule. Oh, wait. And I think that was another instance where, like, left click is, like, she's just mad at you for even suggesting it, and right click is, like, essential to advance the game. Like, I can't go to the newspaper anymore.
Jeremy.
I don't even know why I can go to the High Line. I don't think there's, like, anything useful...
I don't need to use that
here.
I'll change the month later. I haven't changed the month in ages.
You might need to change it more than once, then.
It's Griff, the PI bear. He's 30 years old, but doesn't look a day over 20. Better leave him alone.
Alright, what stupid thing am I overlooking?
I don't think those are connected.
You don't think the concept of the temp agency that Tiffany works for and the guys she met at the temp agency are important?
STP could be a temp agency, I suppose. Only one way to find out. Give me a sec.
You talking to me?
Bingo. STP stands for Sterling Temp Placement. And here's the address. It's just south of Midtown.
You enjoy that thing a little too much.
Am I taking crazy pills? I literally did that search on the phone and it said, nope, impossible to determine that. And then I combined them in the notes and she's like, instantaneously I know that it's Sterling temp placement. Eat farts, video game. That's not how the internet works. I would like a temporary job.
Are you busy?
Sorry, we're not taking new applicants right now. And even
Quit blowing him.
It's several hours past closing time.
I'm not looking for a job. Sorry.
Why are you
But I
still
was hoping to
here?
ask you some questions.
Will this take
What is
long?
it with these games?
It's on you.
Fine, what do you want?
Seriously, like, what is it with these games and the notion that, like, the only time that mediums go out is, like, 3 in the morning or whatever, but, like, for some reason people are still at their desk jobs? Like, what are you talking about? The hour.
Kind of late.
Like I said, we're not open. Just because I'm not seeing a client doesn't mean there isn't work to do.
If you're doing work, you're open.
I wanted to talk to you about Tiffany Walters. She used to work for this agency.
Yes, I remember her.
I need to know what company you placed her in.
That, I'm afraid, is confidential.
Are you aware
Also,
that
it's
Tiffany is
probably
dead?
more than
I'm
one.
aware, yes, but it doesn't change anything.
Do you know anyone named Ken? I think Tiffany was involved with him.
I can't tell you anything about that. That's confidential information.
So something happened, but you can't tell me about it.
I said nothing of the sort.
Do
You know
anyone
Gavin?
named Gavin?
No, I don't.
You know Jeremy Sam's a reporter for the Village Eye or whatever? No, he's got some
Are
other
you familiar
newspaper.
with the Jeremy Sams?
Never heard of him.
So, what can you tell me about this place?
If you want to know more, come back during business hours.
I'd rather not. For some reason, I'm only up when the moon is high in the sky because I'm a witch or something. I don't know.
So, what can you tell me?
If you want.
Surely if Tiffany is dead, it doesn't have to be confidential anymore.
It's not her confidentiality that I'm worried about.
What does that mean?
Whatever you think it means.
Surely if Tiffany...
It's not...
What is that?
Whatever you...
Well, thanks.
Right.
I love the idea. They look like leaflets advertising this office.
I don't know how anyone puts up with Rosangela in these games. Yeah, that is fair. I mean, I guess here's the thing, right? If people became the level of hostile that they are, like, the second we talk to them, after Rosa had had a full conversation with them, it would make sense to me, in the sense that she is, like, very quick to accuse everyone of everything, and also to use these really lousy arguments to try and, like, circumvent, like, proper procedure for stuff. They're like, yeah, it's, like, company policy and also, like, ethically important that we don't just, like, randomly share records with, like, an irritating woman who came in off the street. And she's like, yeah, but she's dead, right? Like, well, I mean, yeah, but, like, go kick sand, I guess.
We don't need to go.
Also, I don't think this guy's job would be temp agent. I don't think that's correct.
Typical suit. Pale from sitting in an office all day. Probably has an ulcer, too.
Blowing his head for good luck.
I ain't gonna waste my breath. Yeah, that stopped being funny a long time ago.
There's a trophy for blowing on 10 people. Do with that information what you will. Even though I don't think he's done it once. But that's interesting.
Why would I need that? This is STP.
You'd need it because it'd be really funny. It would make him very upset.
Looks like a race car calendar.
Is it the correct month? Are you
I
jealous?
don't need his calendar.
I know. If I change the month on his calendar, then enough time will have passed, as far as he knows, that he can suddenly tell me about
Not
Tiffany.
sure what-
Hey, wait a minute.
We don't need.
No, just like stand near the computer because you messed stuff up, and then I don't know, something will change.
We don't need to go back there.
How do you know that? We have obtained information from some of the most random sources. You have no way of knowing that I don't need to go back there.
We don't need to go back there. We don't need to go back there.
I mean, in a way, it's kind of refreshing, right? That, like, she's not, like, super good at interrogating people. Although, at the same time, like, she was kind of... I mean, she was doing, like, book reviews for a newspaper, but, like... Yeah, I guess, really, there's no reason that she'd be any good at it. She was, like, kind of a reporter, but mostly not in a real capacity for any of the time that we're aware that that happened.
I don't think I...
No, give me the leaflets. Give me the leaflets. I'm the press.
I might be interested in seeing this.
The City Post? Is that who you're working for?
Yes, the biggest paper in the city. Maybe you can be more forthcoming now.
Nope.
It doesn't change a thing. Confidential is confidential. You just made doubly sure that I won't say anything.
How about I unshow you that? How about I'm a
I
medium?
already told him I was a reporter. Showing him this would only confuse things.
You think it'd be better if I showed him the medium card? Hello, I'm a professional medium. I talk to dead people. Tell me your secrets. Well, this is... This is part of it too, I think, why it seems so frustrating that I keep, like, encountering people who, like, can't and won't help me. Is that, like, multiple Blackwell games are sort of structured that it's, like, kind of a struggle to find new locations in the first place. And then you get there, and then, like, you gain nothing from them. It's not that I, like, need to have solved everything from this location, but I feel like the amount of effort that is required for me to get to a lot of these places in the first place, there should be something pretty readily actionable. I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation in this type of game. Because, like, I came here, I got, like, nothing. I don't think I got literally anything from that. Just crave Rose Angela to be fun. Yeah, these games are... Bleak is not quite correct. But, like, austere? I don't know. Fun's not on the agenda. So maybe now that we know the name of the temp agency, suddenly, like, miracles will happen?
Stay close to the...
After you, Joey.
Wow, wow,
Hello
wow.
again.
What?
Consult notes. Sterling.
Worked for Sterling.
Well, those jerks.
Jerks.
They fired me, terminated my contract, for no reason.
No reason, eh? What was the reason?
Whatever. It's not like there aren't other temp agencies.
Oh my god, you're so annoying. This is kind of a problem with this type of dialogue tree too, where you consult the notes. And I feel like the last game wasn't as bad about this, but like ask her what happened.
Why do you think Sterling fired you?
I don't know. It's run by an emotionless sleazebag. I never liked him.
Why do you...
I never...
I'd like to talk to Ken. You think you could introduce me?
Why? So you can tell him more lies about me? I don't think so.
Well...
So, tell me about yourself, Tiffany.
Nice try, but...
Guess I'll just die. Skull joke.
Okay, you can relax. I'm back.
Joy.
I do feel like this game is like a little bit of a tonal step back. I feel like the last one was like a little closer to where I wanted stuff to be. Where like I felt like I even commented on the fact that like it was nice that like 100% of the interactions between Rosa and Joey weren't just like sarcastic bickering. That is like kind of, I guess, meant to be like an old married couple, but kind of just comes across like people who can't stand being around each other. Which like I know is the joke, but like is distinct. It's distinct. I guess go to the cafe and ask about Sterling. It's not going to accomplish anything.
Hi again. Hi.
Buy a coffee?
So have you ever heard of STP?
Nope.
Oh, good. That doesn't change, even though I changed it. It's so good.
No connection that I... Tiffany used to work for a temp agency called Sterling Temp Placements. No.
Hey, Semper Justin, welcome. You are here. Glad to have you. I haven't been using these buttons enough. Enjoy whatever this is. How are you doing, Justin? I'm struggling. Will you now suddenly have the option to tell me about why she got fired? I don't think so.
Hi again.
Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense. Like, I think I'll actually be mad if he does give me information now, because that doesn't make any sense. We came here and we're like, hey, could you tell me anything about Tiffany? He's like, absolutely not. Confidential. And I'm like, okay. And I leave and I come back and I'm like, could you tell me about why Tiffany was fired?
I know you terminated Tiffany's contract. Could you tell me why?
Look, we had a serious complaint and had to let her go. That's all I can say.
You can't tell me who made the complaint.
Absolutely not.
So, like, weirdly incredulous about that. Like, yeah, I can't tell you that. Lady? Dang. This is also a thing that I think is true of, like, most of the Blackwell games that I think is a little annoying. Which is, like... For some reason, they're kind of obsessed with you, like, making, like, really incremental progress in an investigation. Like, it's not about, like, finding, like, interesting facts by, like, finding a new source and, like, getting their perspective and learning something you didn't before. It's about, like, finding the right way to, like, mash through your notes and things they'll talk about and, like, different interactions between people so that someone will say, like, some, like, minute thing of almost no consequence, and then you, like, desperately need that, like, little bit of information to cause almost nothing to happen, and then, like, you just ping-pong back and forth between two sources where it's like, tell me what happened to her. No. And then you, like, go talk to her ghost, and then she'll tell you, like, a pointless fact, and you'll be like, I learned a pointless fact. And they're like, well, that pointless fact doesn't matter, because other pointless fact. And then you, like, go and talk to her ghost about pointless fact B, and then she, like, finally tells you something important. It's like, can we just do, like, an actual investigation for real, though? Secrecy. Shh. Secrecy.
Why the secrecy? Surely Tiffany won't mind.
That's not how stuff works, Rosangela!
Happened at the client's office, and I like to keep my clients. Agencies like mine are struggling to stay in business. People just aren't hiring temps like they used to. So if it's not the same, I'm
not
keeping my mouth
true.
shut.
Isn't this type of employment at a relative high because you don't have to pay benefits and whatever? Because people suck? Why? I've talked to this man for like 6 minutes. I have no information on who he is and basically no information about the company other than the fact that this dead girl worked there. How and why is my first option to resort to blackmail? I mean, I could try not to resort to blackmail, but I think you and I both know that I'm gonna do it. I don't get to do enough crime as Rosangela Blackwell.
Well, I'm afraid that I have no choice but to end my article with you.
Huh? What do you mean?
An investigation is like following links in a chain, and you're the last link.
Is this supposed to be a threat? I've told you absolutely nothing.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just write the truth about how you fired her and then refused to comment on her tragic death in the City Post, read by millions. That should do wonders for your reputation, don't you think?
It's the same choice as the other
Surely
choice.
there are other leads you could follow.
Maybe, but I'm on a deadline. It's a shame that I don't have someone else to harass instead. Maybe then I could avoid mentioning this place entirely.
This is blackmail. Fine. The man you want is Ken Sharp of Sharp Sound. Now just get out of here.
It's kind of closer to extortion than blackmail, because we don't have any information to blackmail him with. Yeah, I don't know. That didn't make any sense to me. I'm not sure who to hold accountable for that, but that exchange doesn't make sense, and it's not a logical way to progress the game at all. So I guess because it kicks me out right away, it wants me to talk to Tiffany about it. Was I not paying attention because I was mad? I thought he said just like Mr. Sharp with Sharp Sound. Did he say Ken Sharp? Because that seems relevant. Oh, good. I got an address. Cecil Sharp? C Sharp of the C Sharps? The irritable guy from Blackwell Unbound? Well, it doesn't narrow it down, does it? I mean, there were relatively few characters in that game, but... I don't know how to put this. There are game series that, like, make really good use... Okay, I'll contrast this against the Telltale Sam and Max games, right? Because there are many of them, and they sort of reorganize the characters and their character traits and apply them to new situations, and so you get to see the same characters do different stuff, and like it's a little cartoony, but like they define the characters really well, so like when you see them again, you sort of get a sense of like what kind of interaction you're in for, and usually like there's some sort of comedic point to it, and you're kind of waiting for the joke, and it's fun. This game like has introduced like relatively few characters, and they're somehow all entangled without there being like a major theme of like destiny. And like I'm all for like destiny tying people's fates and families together in like stupid soap opera melodrama, but like it seems kind of contrived here, doesn't it? Cecil Sharp should have put a restraining order against our entire bloodline. Agreed. Plant.
I'm not stealing the plant. I've got plenty at home.
You're such a killjoy.
Nice. You think that's real? I bet that's real. It says Sharp Sound. I'm not taking that.
See, like, I feel like as a palate cleanser, I want like an adventure game now that will let me take just every inventory, like any object in the world that has a hitbox, you can take it. It would not make for a good game, but it would be really funny. Becca, I found your phone. I've got it in my desk drawer. Swing by when you get a chance and I'll give it back to you, Ken. Do you think he knows what Becca looks like?
Nothing interesting in there. What are you moping around for? Are we going in there or not?
Did someone say birthday?
That sounds like birthday.
Ole!
God, I'm so tired. Hope you out on the 19th for your brother's and nephew's birthdays. Are they actually on the same day or just close enough together that that's like when the family's gathering? I do actually share the same birthday with another member of my family, like extended, so like it's not quite so intense. Although one of my closest friends in high school had, I think her birthday was like literally 2 days away from her brother, and so they kind of always just like did the sibling birthday. That adventure game would be designed by Bethesda. Probably. You should pick up every toothpick, bullet, and ballpoint pen to fill your pockets. Yeah, that does sound right. Alright, I guess we'll use our meat body. It's unsettling to see them walk at the same speed.
Hi, are you Ken Sharp?
I sure am. What can I do for you, Miss...
Blackwell. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Nah, the midnight oil can wait. What's up?
I'm helping out the City Post with an article. I was hoping I could ask you some questions.
The newspaper. Sure. Ask away.
I will also say that I feel like I kind of, like, I don't know if it's essential to move on is to, like, show him the press credentials or whatever, but, like, it didn't feel like that was an obvious part of the solution, particularly because the solution itself was so odd that, like, you blackmail him with no information and for some reason he falls for it. Like, there's certain characters that I feel like could get away with that, and Rosangela Blackwell is not one of them. Tell me about this place. Even though I've presumably come here for a reason. Just, like, tell me for some reason.
What can you tell me about this place?
This place? We're an audio studio. You need any voiceover music or sound design? Hey, we're your guys.
you're Ken Sharp.
So, tell me about yourself.
Not much to say. What you see is what you get.
See, this guy is like a counterpoint to most of the individuals we interact with, and like, I don't know why he's entertaining this conversation so far.
Do you ever deal with a temp agency called Sterling?
Yeah, I use them to hire temps sometimes, when things get busy.
Are you using them now?
Not at the moment. Things are pretty slow.
I haven't really been paying close attention to the sub notes. Tiffany Walters. We found Tiffany Walters. Her spirit, anyway.
I was hoping to talk to you about Tiffany.
Tiffany?
Walters? She used to work for you as a temp.
Did she? I'm afraid we've gone through quite a few temps.
Yeah.
She loved you and there's a restraining order against her?
She might have worked for us, but I don't remember her.
Do you know Gavin?
Do you know anyone named Gavin?
Can't say that I do, no.
Okay, back to Tiffany.
Are you sure you don't remember anyone named Tiffany?
Pop, sorry, I can't help you.
One more
Are
time.
you sure you don't remember?
Pop.
Do you ever deal?
Yeah.
Are you?
Not at the moment.
So,
Not much.
Well, despite him sort of being forthcoming, not useful. Now swap Rosangela and Thomasina. I mean, like, here's what I'll say about Rosangela as an adventure game protagonist. She doesn't seem especially well suited to be the protagonist of her own game that is written to factor her interpersonal and familial connections and her particular set of skills being a spirit medium. Switching her into most other adventure games feels like it yields an even more confusing result of like, how does anything get done? I mean, I think like a more direct comparison, right, would be Lamplight City, because like that dude is also like being haunted by an annoying ghost, and like I feel like he would do a way better job here than she would do in that game. I don't know why I came here in a way. Nicholas says, I don't even think Rosangela could handle the purple plate at the Dora the Explorer game. Oh, okay. See, this is the thing I don't like either. Like, I don't like that we cross the streams between the notes and like a normal dialogue tree. I feel like we should pick one lane and stick to it. Like, if all things have to be done through the notes, then all dialogue trees are through the notes. It's weird that you, like, ask a bunch of questions from the notes, hit a dead end, back out of that conversation, and then have, like, a whole separate conversation waiting for you. Like, that's just confusing. That doesn't help anything.
Are you sure you don't remember a Tiffany Walters?
I told you, I don't remember anyone named Tiffany Walters.
I spoke to a guy from Sterling. He confirmed she worked here.
For all I know, he might be right, but I don't remember her. Like I said, we go through a lot of temps here.
You filed a complaint with Sterling about Tiffany. You don't remember that?
Have you ever worked with temps? Some are all right, but others, well, there's a reason why they are temping. So sure, I've made my share of complaints, but can I remember any specific one? No.
Were you ever in a relationship with anyone named Tiffany?
Miss
It'd be so funny if he said yes to that.
And 2 kids, and none of them are named Tiffany.
I'm just following a lead. I was told that Tiffany was involved with someone named Ken.
Well, it wasn't me.
Is there a Ken Jr. around here? But like, wouldn't it be like super funny if we like asked him like 5 times point blank if he like knew a temp named Tiffany? He's like, no, I absolutely don't know anyone named Tiffany. And then we ask him like, is it possible that you're romantically involved with a woman named Tiffany? And he's just like, yeah.
Are you sure?
I told you.
Oh, what a garbage. Again, this comes back to my recent point of like, it's so frustrating. Like, it took so much effort to get here, and then we come here and he's just like, nope. He's like, you know, in improv you're supposed to like yes and sort of like never say no to an idea, just sort of like keep going and like build and follow the flow of the scene and whatever. He's like fully blocking. Like every time you get to a new location, they're like, no. And, like, what's worse is, and, like, this is starting to feel more like, you know, the earlier games in this way, that, like, there's not, like, a clear indication from the story what to do to work around it. Because you just talk to him and he's like, no, Tiffany doesn't exist. As far as I'm concerned, no person has ever been named Tiffany.
Well,
See you.
And again, I can't just, like, hang out there with my ghost and, like, do clever puzzle stuff or whatever.
So
Ken Sharp's a pretty smooth talker. I bet he's hiding something.
He's demonstrably hiding something, you goon.
Ken's nice and all, but
Love's a fickle thing.
Alright, I guess we go bother Tiffany now, and then she'll tell us unrelated fact 6. And then we'll come back here and, like, mention unrelated fact 6, and then ping pong back and forth for a while.
Stay close.
after
It's a good sound effect.
What?
Ken Sharp.
I met Ken, and believe me, you can do better.
How can you say that? I love him. We're meant for each other. It's just... he doesn't realize it yet. But he will.
Okay, this is getting a bit Creepsville. Why do you think Sterling fired you?
I don't know. It's run by an emotionless sleazebag. I never liked him.
I met...
How can you... he does... but...
So...
Nice...
Well...
Yeah.
So the only clue the game is willing to give me, which is completely inorganic, is I bet he's hiding something. Which, to be fair, derp-de-doo, but like... I mean, it feels like there's supposed to be something to this Becca situation. This place across the hall.
not walking down 33 flights of stairs.
Well, now we know what floor we're on. What company is this?
I'm not taking... It says Gal Friday Publishing.
Okay. Becca, Gal, Friday, Publishing. That's not how the internet works. Call Rebecca Whitaker.
I'm kind of on the phone.
I'm gonna go in and snoop around. You sit tight.
I guess Rebecca doesn't have voicemail.
Not sure what... It's a set of I can barely make anything out in here.
Ken, last night was the most magical night of my life. I never knew I could feel this way. I'll be dreaming of you tonight. XOXO, Tiffany.
Love letter, and it's signed Tiffany. Sounds like our boy Ken knew Tiffany after all.
What an insane contrivance that this phone happens to be in here to be a light source so we can replicate that decent puzzle before that now just seems ridiculous. I like that he's not even remotely bothered by like 10 continuous minutes of phone call. So did that like actually update? I love that she's still on the phone. This is like me at work. It's also like me trying to reach the California DMV. I like that I can still consult the notes. do I get off the phone?
I'm kind of
How do I stop being on this phone call?
Hi, it's me again.
I'm on 2 phone calls at the same time. Oh, never mind. There's that hang up button. Why does it let you do that though? Like it just feels like we didn't think that all the way through. Okay, hold on.
Come on in.
Why would you let me back in, idiot?
So, tell me, Ken, why do you have a letter from Tiffany in your desk?
What? Oh, what is this? Are you sneaking in here while I'm not around? Is that it?
Maybe I'm just psychic.
Yeah? Well, maybe I'll just call the police.
I just want to find out what happened to Tiffany.
Look, whatever happened to her, it had nothing to do with me.
Maybe you're right, but maybe you can tell me what happened so I can decide for myself?
You're a real piece of work. Fine. Go on. Ask what you want.
So, tell me about Tiffany?
Look, you breathe a word of this, and I'll have the police on you so fast it'll make your head spin.
Lips are sealed.
All right. Yes, I knew Tiffany. You probably guessed that we were involved.
I gathered that.
I was working late. We were doing spots for a new TV commercial, and she volunteered to help out. I thought she just wanted the overtime, but it turns out she wanted something else.
Gummy bears? Can you replicate that phone call forever? Yeah. I don't think that was like I don't know that that's intentional, but like they didn't not put it in the game, so I'm pretty sure I could do that at will.
So she came on to you?
Yeah, she wouldn't take no for an answer. Look, I'm a married guy with 2 kids. I know it was wrong. I just couldn't help myself. It was like a drug. Of course, the girl was completely crazy. I should have noticed that right off.
Why do you keep the letter if the relationship is over?
I don't know. Nostalgia, maybe? It was nice at the beginning. She was crazy, but she saw something in me. I suppose I still want to hold on to that, especially now that she's, you know, gone.
Crazy? How so?
My God, the girl was obsessed. Showing up at the office at all hours, stalking me, calling my house at night. She kept saying we were destined to be together, that it was fate. Even when I tried to break it off, she wouldn't take no for an answer. God, what a nightmare. I should have broken it off long before.
Even when I had her assassinated, she still kept calling me. Hang on.
So you did end things with her?
God, yes. I had to. Even if I wasn't a married man, the woman was a complete head case, talking about the stars and fate and destiny. She even started calling me Turtle Dove. What a nightmare. Turtle Dove? So I buckled down.
That's the deal breaker?
She didn't take it.
How dare she?
I had to get a restraining order put on her. I've learned my lesson, that's for sure. No more temps, and definitely no more affairs. My life is with my wife and family.
I feel like you don't have those layered in the correct priority. The number one takeaway from that affair went badly is don't hire temps. Sure, I also shouldn't have affairs with much younger women, but like definitely don't hire any temps.
So you're through with Tiffany completely?
Yes. I'm sorry she's gone, but I'm glad she's out of my life. What a total embarrassment she was.
Can you leave me like a voicemail of you saying that it's over so I can use that to make her realize that she's dead? I feel like that's what we're angling for.
So you're...
Yes. What a...
Well,
so you're...
This actually is feeling reminiscent to that stupid piano puzzle where you had to like do it in a certain way in order for the game to let you like record music with your like dictaphone. Clearly the issue with that whole situation was she wasn't full-time, right? I mean, I think that if he had just paid for her health insurance, that she would not... She would have had better mental health and wouldn't have stalked him and all that stuff. I think that's the takeaway. So we agree that unions are good. Good night, Keen. Hope you have a lovely night. We'll be back tomorrow, probably with the start of the last Blackwell game, I think, is the plan. We'll see how that goes, though. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just like go and tell Tiffany that he says they're through? If we can't like record it or whatever, it doesn't seem super useful. But my phone doesn't seem to have just like a recording app or whatever.
Stay close to the door.
After.
Hello?
What?
Ken doesn't love you.
Look, you're gonna have to face facts. Ken is through with you.
You're lying. Deep down, he still loves me. He just can't admit it.
He told me himself.
I don't believe you.
I don't seem to have access to like anything.
Look, you're
deep. I don't believe.
Obviously, oh, turtle dove. See, again, this is garbage. I don't like this. Like, I did the correct thing, and the game is like, nothing, and then I back out, it's like, no, you did it.
You called Ken your turtle dove, right?
That's private. How did you know about that?
He told me himself. All this mooning? He thinks it's pathetic.
He... what?
It's over, kid. You want my advice? Forget about him and get on with your... Well, you need to get over him, is all I'm saying.
No. I need to hear it from him. Just one more time. From him.
Hey, wait a sec.
Let me guess. That was Tiffany.
Why didn't you stop her?
Because I can't touch ghosts?
Right, forget it. Let's just get after her.
Please don't ignore me, Ken. Why won't you look at me?
Just embarrassing.
In the eye, at least.
Come on in.
Why does he keep letting us come in? It's so stupid that we could just ask him this indefinitely. It's just such a sloppy way to address this.
So you're through with Tiffany completely?
Yes. Like I told you, I'm sorry she's gone, but I'm glad she's out of my life.
What?
What a total embarrassment she was.
Embarrassment? Ken, you don't mean that.
Do you mean that?
Of course I do.
Do you mean that?
Squeaky, lovey-dovey voice and the way she threw herself at me in public.
I thought you liked it.
You'd think a guy would like
It reminds me of that like joke from the start of Austin Powers.
Desperate? I was not desperate. It was fate.
She said we were destined to be together, that it was fate.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. We're supposed to be together. Gavin said so.
I don't know why I didn't end it right then and there. But like an idiot, I just kept being reeled back in.
I gave up everything for you.
Including my life. Oh, wait.
I gave up my life for you.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done
She
that.
thought I'd give up my entire life for her, but that was crazy. I only hope she found some happiness before she died.
Needlessly cruel.
Died? Am I dead to you? Is that it? I can't even look at you. I'm
Girl?
Get out of here. I need air.
Whoa. Did you feel that? Feels like the AC kicked in. Anyway, take my advice.
It's so hot, it's like it's 62 degrees.
You'll just run away.
I'll keep that in mind. Well, I think that's everything. Thanks again, Ken.
Sure. You know, feels kind of good to talk about it. And well, I hope you'll be discreet about it.
It's cool. I'm just trying to make a ghost go away. It's what I do. Nico asked, why turtle dove, though? He doesn't look much like one. I mean, I assume it's just an allusion to the fact that, like, turtle doves are, like, lifelong mating pairs. Not all animals do that, but turtle doves do.
Tiffany?
You think I'm pathetic, don't you?
Oh, no. Not at all.
I do. Why did I act like such a love-struck little girl?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
We all act stupid sometimes.
Not like this. I couldn't stop myself. Why? Just because Gavin said we should be together?
Yeah, Gavin sucks. Boo. Tell me his address and his weaknesses.
Yeah, and I believed every last word. Why would I believe something so stupid? Ken was all I thought about. When he told me it was over, I was just angry I couldn't be with him. Gavin told me not to worry, that it was destiny, that we'd be together. It took me over. I wouldn't get out of bed. I just stopped.
I'm sorry.
I need to get out of here. How do I get out of here?
Well, I have an important question. How do you like my time?
Tiff, I got something for you.
What is
Gross.
It's something to help you on your way.
It's a really unfortunate way to frame that.
1 minute. Look at him, working at his desk like nothing's happened. I'm ready.
Wow.
It feels good. The light, I mean. It feels good.
Just
Not the traumatic embarrassment of what just happened in the real world.
It feels like Gavin. Isn't that strange? Believing his words, accepting the lie, it felt good. Wonderful. I want to hate him, but I can't. It's like it doesn't matter.
We'll get to the bottom of this. I promise. Do you know where we can find him?
No. He'd come over to my place. He'd talk, and it all seemed so clear. That's all I can remember. It's all fading.
You better go.
Thank you. I don't know what else to say.
No need to thank us.
Turtle dove.
It's what we do.
Well, I guess this is it.
Wow, wow.
She all taken care of?
Yeah, I think she'll be all right. At least I hope so.
We really have no idea what happens when they go in the light, but we do know the devil exists.
Pointless.
Who said there had to be a point?
She didn't even like Ken. Not really.
Haven't you ever been in love?
That's not what I mean. You don't just die of a broken heart. Not literally.
Maybe. Maybe not. But whoever this Gavin guy is, he put her up to it. I think we owe our friend Lisa.
It's not, like, entirely clear. I don't even think it's, like, strongly implied what Gavin did. It's, like, vaguely implied that she was just like, I don't know what to do. And he's like, hey, just KYS, and then he'll love you. And it's like, that, like, objectively doesn't make any sense. Like, why would that be the way? I think our devilish had said mooning has a different meaning today. I mean, technically, I think both meanings are still in use, but I do, in fact, believe that this game meant the more modern definition. I think he accidentally started leading into talking about, like, weird bedroom stuff. She would moon over me. I would wake up and her whole butt would be on display in my face. She was super weird like that. Probably should have called it off then. What were we talking about? I guess it's implied we should talk to Lisa.
Yes. Hi, Lisa?
It's you. Have you learned anything?
Tiffany dead.
I learned something about Tiffany Walters.
And?
She's dead. Lisa?
Did Gavin kill her? Don't come back until you know for sure.
For sure, yes.
I've learned something about Gavin and Tiffany.
You have?
I don't want to say it out here on the street. Can I come in?
Yes.
And that's it. Gavin told her to throw herself at this man, and it destroyed her.
Tiffany. You should have seen her when she walked in here. So lost. Trying to find her place in life. Drifting from job to job, never finding what she wanted. She was a woman who wouldn't let herself be happy.
Was her aura blocked as well?
Look, she
Shut
had
up.
to believe that her unhappiness was beyond her control. I gave that to her.
You hear that? She's doing
That's
a public
the
service.
opposite of...
Judge me if you
Okay,
want.
that's extremely
She
bad.
came to me.
And then you sent her to Gavin.
Gavin and I have an arrangement.
Which is?
If
I send him young women and he kills
to be
them.
unhappy no matter what, I send them to Gavin.
And then they die?
I don't know that, and neither do you. Just because this one died doesn't mean they all do. I gave you 2 names. Look into the other one, and don't come back until you do.
Can I have some of that licorice? Okay, see you later. I mean, I guess I'm led to believe that Jamie's like, here now? No? Okay,
Hey,
well then
Joe.
what are we doing?
What's going?
I wonder if Professor Appleton remembers me.
Doubtful, but you never know.
Oh, you want me to Google search Professor Appleton,
That's all.
don't you? What's the name? Elaine Appleton? She was your stupid professor. Just like half this information.
Hello?
Hi, is this Elaine Appleton?
That's me. Who's this?
Rosangela Blackwell. I was in your class around 10 years ago.
Rosangela. Yes,
10 years?
of course I remember you. It's been a long time. I saw you had a book published. Is that right?
Something
Yes,
like
it's
that.
very
Do you
bad.
have a few minutes?
Sure. What can I help you with?
You remembers
I'm
me.
surprised you remember me after all this time.
Well, it was my first year as a professor, and you did stand out.
Uh-oh.
Did?
The coffee? The cup you spilled all over my desk?
Oh, God.
Really?
I completely forgot about that.
I didn't. I had to let those papers dry out all night.
I wanted to ask about a student of yours, Jamie Graham.
She dead?
Yes. So tragic what happened.
Tragic?
Real tragedy.
No? She died just last week.
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Did you know her well?
No, not really. But could I ask you some questions about her?
Why do you frame it that way?
That I already didn't tell the police, but go ahead.
Well, I don't have all the information the police has, so maybe you could tell me anyway.
What can you tell me about Jamie?
I hate to speak ill of her, but she was a disappointment.
How so?
At first, she was very keen about her work.
I think that's how people talk about me behind my back.
Soon faded. By midterm, she'd show up for class late and hungover, when she showed up at all. And as for what she was wearing, well, let's just say it wasn't appropriate.
Zardoz onesie. By the way, Nego, I would like to point out for you in particular and anyone who shares this weird quirk that we never did introduce ourselves to Lisa. Just want you to keep that in mind. Tell me about her clothes. I want to dress like her, I think is the point of the story.
What's wrong with her clothes?
I'm no prude, but what she was wearing should stay in Munray's where it belongs.
Munray's?
It's a nightclub. It's a popular hangout for the students here.
And Jamie went there.
She wore
Do
their
you think that
t-shirts,
too?
so I'd assume yes. Although it was more like a half a shirt.
Which half? But like there was like a weird audio glitch there, right? Where there was like a click and she got really quiet and then it kind of went back to normal. Is Lisa the psychic? Yeah. Lisa like Tenzin or something.
What made her brilliant?
She had a way of infecting you with her passion.
And with her poisonous blood.
Make you love it too. She had a keen interest in Middle Eastern history, so it was no surprise that most of her work had Middle Eastern themes to them. But as I said, that faded with time. She stopped having a passion for much of anything, I think. Such a waste.
What made her
Well, like I said, she had a way of infecting you with her. She had a keen interest, but as I such a
Why is that repeatable? Most things aren't repeatable in this game. Not dialogue tree stuff. Notes are repeatable. Again, really murky distinctions.
You said she faded. What do you think happened?
Now that means something different
I wish I did. At the
than
time,
it probably
I
did
figured
back
it was
then.
the typical story. Young, sheltered girl comes to the city and gets overwhelmed with the freedom of it all. Most adjust fine. Some, well, don't. I could tell she was troubled, but I learned long ago that it isn't my place to reach out. I remember you being a bit closed off once upon a time.
Yes, well, we all change.
Time makes fools of us all. Why are these repeatable? How did Jamie die?
Jamie die?
I'm not sure. No foul play, if that's what you're asking. It was a clot in the brain or something like that.
Really?
That's what the police said anyway.
Isn't that... Rachel said that about Tiffany too, right? That they were calling it like an aneurysm or something. Also, am I crazy, or is Elaine's text like shifted lower than it should be? Like sometimes she'll have like the big paragraph that's like the maximum number of lines of dialogue they put on screen at a time, but like it's not like top justified or whatever, and so there's like black space and then the text cuts into the scene. I feel like that's not how this game is normally doing
Why
that.
were the police involved? If she died by natural causes, why involve them?
I wondered the same thing myself. The detective, a man named Durkin, I believe, wasn't very forthcoming.
Cool. You ever heard of Gavin?
Have you ever heard of a man named Gavin?
Gavin? Can't say I know any Gavins.
No one's ever been named Gavin.
Is there anything else?
If there's anything specific you'd like to know, just ask.
Tell me about you.
That's who I'm talking to right now.
So weird. Like normally, because of the weird way the note system works, if you're like talking to someone and you like click on their name, it's like, oh, like tell me about yourself, or like how you're related to the person I'm asking about. In this one instance, if you click on Elaine while you're talking to Elaine, she's like, I'm talking to Elaine right now, idiot.
So what is Munray's like?
I wouldn't know. My clubbing days are long gone. I'd just embarrass myself.
Let me look up Munray's, I guess.
We should have coffee sometime.
Oh, sure. I'm a bit wrapped up in the story, but maybe after?
Sure. You take care.
Oh, she's as bad as I am. Alright, Monterey's NYC, 34 East 11th Street? Again, there's all these little things that really make it feel like whoever wrote this was European. Like, English wasn't the first language kind of European? I don't know, man. Like, that's weird. Voted city's #1 nightclub by Time Magazine. All the best in house, trance, and electronic. Oh, I'd go there. Special guest DJ Tomo. They keep putting... Tomo was in, like, the last 2 games, weren't they? Like, someone was getting, like, email spam from Tomo. And, like, there was some other Tomo in a different game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, too. The Red Hook Studios, who made Darkest Dungeon, got bought by Behavior Interactive, who I think, if I remember correctly, are the folks who did Dead by Daylight. And I don't know, like, a ton about how they operate, other than the fact that when that announcement broke, people were sort of saying that, like, they, like, just shut down an entire studio that they had previously acquired when they, like, felt they couldn't, like, monetize their work enough or something to that effect. And I'm not sure all those details are right, but, like, definitely the sense was sort of like, they have done this before and it hasn't always gone well. Which is a tremendous shame. I mean, listen, I'm not really a particular fan of Darkest Dungeon 2. It really bums me out that it's just... I just don't like the direction they took it. Like, I don't mind that they were trying something new, but, like, I felt like they took a weird path that, like, didn't combine... It didn't capitalize on the strengths of one in making the transition to doing something different. It just sort of changed stuff at random, in my opinion, and then, like, had a weird product that, like, it wouldn't... Basically, like, if you released that game and it didn't have the Darkest Dungeon name on it, I'd have no interest in it. And, like, the only reason I look at it is because it's Darkest Dungeon, and I think it's just, in my opinion, worse than Darkest Dungeon 1. You looked them up. They made the Dead by Daylight dating sim. You don't know that they made Dead by Daylight itself? I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't done a deep dive on this. I mean, I honestly wasn't even aware that that studio was, like, actively working on anything. So I guess I can go clubing.
A $20 cover for this dump? You got robbed.
What?
I said you got robbed.
I look like a slob?
No.
That's not even close.
Yes, kinda. Just forget it. Not sure what blowing on that will achieve. Not sure what hogging that table. Good thing I don't need to sit.
Hey, guy.
Hi. Hey. I can't just chat with some stranger. Not here, anyway.
As, like, absolutely profoundly unhelpful as it is for this to be a character trait of the protagonist of an adventure game who routinely has to talk to weirdos, this is the absolute most relatable thing about Rosangela Blackwell. Is that, like, if you opt to talk to a person who is not, like, essential to making progress in the case, you're, like, completely incapable of talking to them. Like that guy in Big Bang Theory who can't talk to women unless he's drunk. I think eventually that stops being true, but that lasts for, like, several years.
Hi. So, he's just looking at me funny. I guess he doesn't want to talk to me.
The worst part of this is that to say that last bit that's kind of embarrassing, she turns, like, away from them, which suggests that she's saying it out loud, because, like, otherwise she wouldn't need to avoid, like, looking at them or whatever.
Like some kind of flat screen panel.
Search for a song. Oh, that looks like a fun conceit.
Hi. So, they're ignoring me.
All of them, collectively?
Hi. So, they're ignoring me. Excuse me, could I ask... Hello? Ow! Hey, watch the arm. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Hi. Hi, got a sec? Hello? She's serving a bunch of customers on the other side.
She's doing something really important just off screen. Don't worry about it. Not making eye contact seems very appropriate. Yeah. Well, if she's super busy, I'm gonna take some drinks.
The last time I drank on the job, it didn't end too well. Although, believe me, I'm tempted.
God, she's tempted by everything and does nothing. She's even more boring than I am. Oh, so hi, Crit Twitch. How are you doing? I feel like we're making a lot of progress here, huh? I should call Elaine right now. I know it's not gonna be. Oh, darn it. I thought it was just gonna like let me do that for some reason. Just like let me call her from the club and like and she's like, hello? Who is this? How am I? I'm doing very poorly, but thank you for asking, Crit Twitch. I appreciate it. Game's going all right. It's started to disappoint a little bit, this one, over time. This is kind of leaning on a couple tricks I don't think are particularly great. So I have to find like the, you know what I need? What's that song everyone loves from it's hard to think about anything. The Disco Elysium, like the smallest, saddest church in St. Sen. We have to put that on the DJ playlist, and then we can talk to people because no one will listen to it. Spring's eternal for you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. Striving for a good night's sleep and a cherry turnover, and I don't expect to get either of those anytime soon.
I shouldn't talk to him in here. I don't think he could even hear me anyway.
Oh, I got a new email. Hi, Rosangela. It's been ages since you came to the gallery. How are you? I just wanted to let you know that Claude Erdon's The Dark Lady still hasn't been sold. I remember you were once interested in it. I could give you a good price if you still want it. Nah, I'm good. I don't want that cursed painting of the murder lady. Thank you, though. Well, that was not a very helpful lead. I guess I should go literally anywhere and call it... Wait, I can go back to the cafe? To what end? Why? Hey, Durkin.
Hi, it's me again.
Hey, not for nothing. You know about this Jamie girl?
I talked to you about Jamie Graham. Jamie, a Columbia student. I was told you were looking into it.
You get around, don't you?
I think Jamie and Jeremy might be connected. Could we talk somewhere?
Why should I do that?
Look, you owe me, and I might be able to help you out again.
You could, huh?
Like you said, I get around.
What the hell? I need a
Not often a compliment.
You know a place in Elfwood City called Cup of Clay?
I'm literally standing there. But because of the way adventure games work, I have to leave and come back, even though I happen to be in exactly the right place. Huh? Let me see if I could buy a coffee.
Hi. It's so tempting, but I've already had more coffee. Thanks. Have a good...
Wow. Stupid. Very stupid. Thank you, adventure game.
Detective Durkin?
Oh, it's you. So,
She says it like she doesn't know him.
So why are you looking into Jamie's death? Her teacher said it was natural.
well, she was right. It looked that way, sure enough.
And?
Her body was found in a dumpster off of Amsterdam. Natural or not, how did the body get in there?
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
A dumpster. So it was murder.
I didn't say that. It was 3
I said it was
blocks away from
dumpster.
the nightclub. We learned she was a regular, so we went over. She bought it in the upstairs room. Some kind of VIP area. 1 minute, danced in the night away. The next, lights out. Nobody saw how she died, just that she was dead. Anyway, the bouncer saw it and freaked, so he snuck her out and dumped her. Like I said,
That's
cut and
messed
dry.
up.
Case closed.
Is that? Wait, that cut and dry? A dude hid the body after a woman died under mysterious circumstances, and we're calling it cut and dry? I mean, I guess we're just going off the assumption that it looked like natural causes, and even though he hid it, there's still natural causes, but like, that's so shady. That's so shady. She won't even indulge in one extra coffee. I know, like, I'm pretty bad. She's way worse than I am.
How are you sure she wasn't murdered?
We have this thing called a coroner's report.
Right. What did it say?
I don't know the medical term, but some kind of brain vessel burst. It happens. One thing's for sure. There was no murder. Just rotten luck.
What else did the coroner's report say?
Nothing too important.
Dead.
Why?
I don't know. Could I see it? You do owe me.
I don't know about that, but you certainly do get around. Look, I can't give you the actual report, but I can give you the gist. You might be nuts, but for some reason, I think you're alright.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. You owe me now. You got a phone?
It's not how stuff works. We'd be even. You're not doing me 2 favors, you're doing 1 and you owe me. So that's kind of how that goes.
So, any progress on Jeremy?
Look, you helped us out on the ID, but don't push it. You know about as much as I do.
This club where Jamie died. It was Munray's, wasn't it?
You get around. Yeah, that was the place.
So, the person who wrote this game only knows one English expression, right? And it's "you get around."
Thrown away like trash. That's horrible.
You're surprised?
4 tens
You
of
know what
cans.
happens up on the High Line. Some people are animals. They choke someone's mother to death for no good reason.
Honestly, I'd do it for a cherry turnover right now.
You spoke to Professor Appleton.
The grandkids?
Or even an Appleton turnover.
Why?
No reason, really.
Do you know Gavin?
Know anyone named Gavin?
You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
He's
Nah, just
kind of
one
a
name.
cult leader. I'm not sure what he does yet.
Yet?
Have you heard of him or not?
Nah, sorry.
Has this ever happened on the High Line before?
Not like that, no. The place used to be a dump. They cleaned it up good, but some grime, you can't wash off.
How come Munray's is still open after what they did?
How do you think any club stays open? They offer
Cover charge?
favors and spread money around to the right people. The whole thing never happened. It's all
So-
hushed up. Nothing in the papers even.
There's a weird implication to that like all nightclubs cover up murders. And while I don't think that like all nightclubs are above board by any means, it's also kind of weird to just suggest that they all do something on that level of like shady.
See ya.
Okay, bye.
Hey, check it out. I got a message from Durkin.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of annoying that I like can't check that without going a place. Wait, where is the message? Shouldn't it be here, where the new mail goes? Oh, we're doing it Phoenix Wright style, it's just in the court record. Jamie Graham, blood work clean, no sign of harmful or illegal substances. Cause of death, traumatic hemorrhage due to spontaneous bleeding from brain tissue.
This coroner report doesn't tell us anything we didn't already know.
Yeah, I'm much more invested in this than solving the crime at this point, to be honest. Hey, no one will believe this. Kylie Minogue is touring North America next year. All of a sudden, all of Eurodance from when I was in college is just worldwide, man. It's a pretty good time. Music guy definitely has the best sense of fun in this game. That's for sure true. Is this gonna work different from the other case where I should go and tell Lisa she's dead and then she'll like actually say something useful?
These are placed all over the club.
Hey, you wanna go ghost the speakers or whatever? Oh. Yeah, it didn't occur to me to try that. That's fair.
Jamie? You're Jamie Graham, aren't you?
Do I know you?
It's She-Hulk. I'm Umlo.
You go to Columbia, right? I think I've seen you around there.
Aren't you a bit old to be hanging around the college campus?
I'm a late bloomer.
Is that right?
Anyway.
I'm a real creep. Oh my god, that's so many questions. Come here often?
Come here often? Don't think I've seen you before.
Maybe you have, but I know I've never seen you.
Hey?
I wouldn't forget a rat pack reject like you. What's up with that anyway?
Savage.
Reject. I'll have you know this fabric is top of the line.
Also a ghost. Oh my god, ask her to dance.
Care to dance?
Whatever. No, this music sucks.
Why are you here?
So, what brings you here?
It's a place to go, right?
It's a place, I'll give it that.
You're weird.
Interesting music, huh?
It's alright.
You just said it sucks. The song hasn't changed or anything.
So, how about a drink?
No thanks.
Come on, just one drink and a conversation. If you still don't like me, you can dump it on me. Deal?
Don't tempt me.
Are you alone here tonight? That's a crime.
God, he's so creepy.
Friends,
Are they also dead?
Well, in the meantime, how about we get to know each other?
How about not?
Hey, what's the last thing you remember before you died? That feels like a Key and Peele sketch. Have you ever seen the Key and Peele sketch where they're like making fun of the LMFAO like party rock anthem, where it's just like they're trapped in this like purgatory of partying and there's just no escape from it no matter what they do? It'd be so funny to just like be dancing with someone like at a club and then just be like, hey, what's the last thing you remember before you died? Like, that'd be so deeply unsettling.
Tell me the last thing you remember.
So creepy.
Just trust me.
So creepy.
Come to think of it, no, it never does. Are you even old enough to be in here?
Sure I am. I've got the best ID money can buy.
Is he?
Why are you being like this? You barely know me.
Please, I've already got a dog back home.
What's his name?
Hey, now that's a bit uncalled for.
What's the name of the dog? Benji.
You've got a lot in common.
Let's leave.
Why are you being...
Please.
Hey, now that's...
His name is...
How is that the thing that gets me information?
Care to dance?
Reject him again.
I've got a...
I make no promises.
I don't think she'd appreciate me blowing air in her face.
Nah, it just seems on par with what we were doing. Leave? Jamie.
Yikes forever.
Thanks forever. So this is actually really stupid, because this will probably work. But the only reason it has occurred to me to do this is because in the Tiffany pad, if you look at the bulletin board in her apartment, it says, like, a dog isn't a good name for the secure password to your Wi-Fi. And, like, it doesn't matter at all on that trajectory. So, like, dog being password is probably the laptop, not Wi-Fi, of the other person in a completely different place. So it doesn't make any sense that that works. Don Graham. Hey, kid, you doing okay? Just thought I'd check in. Doing all right out there? Things are the same back west. Drop your mother a line and let her know how you're doing. Everyone back here in Illinois misses you. Dad. Jamie! Did you hear that Allie and John got married? They eloped last week. Made her mom furious. They're living in Mattoon now. You'd think they would want to move further away from here, but whatevs. Come visit soon. Sarah. Lisa Tenzin. Jamie, I think I've taken you as far as I can, dear. This dark energy around you just won't lift, and it might be beyond my abilities. Come by my office as soon as you can. I'm going to send you to someone who will definitely kill you. Hugs and kisses, Lisa. Seb Frederick. Hey, Jamie, I just wanted you to know that I had a great time last night. The past few weeks have been great even. You want to get together again tomorrow? Seb. Gavin. Thank you for getting in touch. Lisa told me about your problem, and I do believe I can kill you. It will require some extreme changes in your life, but I think you will die from them. Let's meet tomorrow, and remember, things are really bad because I'm going to do a murder on you. Hugs and kisses, Gavin. Don Graham again. Is what I'm hearing true? Are you really failing 3 subjects? Gosh, that's a quick turnaround. Jamie, you were doing so well. What's gotten into you? Call me anytime. Dad. No hugs and kisses. Awkward relationship. Seb again. You know what? Forget it. You want to get high and piss your life away in that Munray's dump? Then go right ahead. I don't care. I'm done. What happened to you? You used to be cool. Seb. New from Sarah. Jamie, is what they're saying true? Please answer and say it's not true. What are they saying? What are they saying about me? Jeremy Sams. Hi, my name is Jeremy Sams. I too have been killed by Gavin. I'm a reporter with the City Post and was hoping to chat with you about your death. You can do it over the phone, or I could buy you a coffee. Well, I don't know. I already had a coffee today. I'll never have another one for the rest of my life. Ladies' choice. Hugs and kisses, a random reporter. Seb Frederick. You finally did it. You spiraled out of control and ended up where I thought you would. God, why am I writing you? I know you're dead. This is stupid. I go to that nightclub, hoping to see you there. Why? I don't know. Why'd you do this, Jamie? Everything ruled. You suck. That wasn't very helpful. Sam?
No answer. I guess he turned his...
I mean, I could go, like, talk to him and try to make the connection that Gavin matters, or I could try to do that with Lisa. But it doesn't feel like either of those are, like, super useful.
Hi, Detective Durkin?
I appreciate that I'm reading them in the tone they were meant to be read in. Yeah, I'm making a vague effort, considering how tired I am.
Do you know what
You're gonna have to...
Have you...
Nah.
Alright, well, this is unproductive.
Well...
See you.
I'll try Lisa, but then I guess my last resort is to go bother Jamie at Munray's and see if somehow I gain information that she cares about, which I don't think I did.
Yes.
Hi, Lisa?
It's you. Have you learned anything?
I learned something about Jamie Graham. She's dead too. Lisa, do you know something about this?
I don't know anything. Like I said, I just suspect. Don't come back unless you know more.
Lisa, both of these girls are dead.
I know that. You think I don't know that? But until I know that Gavin was involved with both of them, I don't see why it's any of my business.
I'll be back.
Hugs and kisses!
There's a sign that says I could try.
I have to find, like, the worst song in the world.
Jamie?
Oh, I should put... Hold on.
What?
I should put in Cotton Eye Joe. The theme song to The Bad Place.
Care to dance?
Whatever.
I've got a...
Wait, that's literally it. I have to put on a song that she likes so that she'll dance.
What do you want me to do? It says this room is off limits, but I think that only applies to living people.
That was the Cars for Kids song. In the Good Place, isn't it? Isn't like the theme song for The Bad Place like a DJ like dubstep remix of Cotton Eye Joe and Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer? Isn't that canonically true?
That's way too heavy for me.
Alright. Meet time. Cotton Eye Joe. Sandstorm by Darude. Cars for Kids. I will say the nightclub is a relatively novel location. I think it'd be really funny to like go into a nightclub and like, I mean, first it's absolutely unhinged to have like a karaoke style cue for like music at like a regular club DJ session. But like I think it'd be really funny to like go up to the bartender at this place and be like, hey, what's the worst song in the world? And then they answer you and you put it in and then like everyone else is really confused and you're just like Night at the Roxbury super hard. Can I send Joey to the dance floor?
Not much I can do out there. Nobody can see me.
There's a sign that I could try and climb over, but
How do I figure out what song I'm supposed to play?
I can't do anything from out here.
It's the poster for like a band she likes or something?
I'm not here. Besides, looks like a poster for a band called Epileptic Fish. I've
All right,
heard of
fine.
those guys. I'm not sure they play together any.
Actually sounds like something I would listen to. This feels like Benga Boys or something.
Oh, what?
Care to dance?
Why not? I love this song.
Incidentally, for those of you who have the same... Oh my god, very good. For those of you who have similar music tastes to me, new Confidence Man album comes out like next week? Like early next week? This is actually very good.
So, tell me about yourself.
You got a question? Ask it.
Now it sounds like a Mega Man level.
So what do you study?
Nothing important. How about you? What did you study back in the Dark Ages?
Look, I'm going all in creep. I don't want him to get anywhere with her. Why do I have so many options? No, wait, maybe I'm supposed to say history or English because, like, she cares about those things.
History.
Really? What kind of history?
Say Middle Eastern, like a clown, because I'm sure you know about it.
Something about Middle Eastern history always fascinated me.
You know, I used to be the same way. Everyone has their own opinion about what goes on there, but it's so ancient. But you can never truly understand anything unless you know where it came from.
I know what you mean. Things move so fast nowadays.
No, right? Nobody else gets it.
And you do?
I thought I did, once. Maybe we can talk more about it sometime?
I'd like that.
I agree. There is something... Like, the dance animation is quite fun, in fact. But having it at, like, max walk speed is pretty funny. Particularly, like, when trying to have, like, a normal conversation.
So, tell me about yourself.
You got a question? Ask it.
Where are you from?
Nowhere special. Where are you from?
I don't know where Mattoon is. No, wait, Illinois, Midwest.
Really? Whereabouts?
Illinois.
No way. So am I. Where in Illinois?
I'm going with Mattoon.
No way. I grew up 20 minutes from there.
Really?
Really? Mattoon. It's even a smaller town than mine.
Yeah, well, that's why I left.
I know the feeling. Although, I miss it in a way. We should talk about the old place sometime.
I'd like that very much.
Now, hold on.
I've got a scram.
I make.
Okay, hold on. It's gonna be really annoying for me.
Hey, kid. Care to...
Just for science.
Hey, you.
How do you like this? How do you feel about the slowest dance?
So, tell me about yourself.
You got a question? Ask it.
So, what do you do when you're not lighting up the dance floor?
Nothing much. How about you?
I was worried about this one because I'm not sure what the right answer for this is. I'm just trying to convince her that I'm basically the same person as her. It says every time he goes left, I'm scared he's gonna catch her. No, you're right. Joey is definitely a lot more ominous with his, like, hands in his pocket, just sort of, like, drifting, like, ominously towards her. Did we get a sense of what her hobbies were before? Because, like, her interest in classes were, like, before she met Gavin. What did she...
I come to places like this.
Really? You don't seem the type.
Maybe there's more to me than meets the eye.
Somehow I doubt that.
Well, that wasn't it.
I've got a scram.
I make no promises.
She's definitely She-Hulk. Which of those two do we prefer? I'm getting the sense we don't like the menacing dance party. I'm gonna try and do this legit. Oh, I think I already screwed up trophy, right? Not that it really matters. What?
I can't.
So annoying. This game is significantly longer than the others.
Hi.
Roseanne.
What about the coroner's
I
report?
don't see how. So what is?
I wouldn't know.
Is there anything else?
If there's anything.
You said.
Well, like I said at the time, I figured it was the typical story. Young, sheltered girl comes to the city. I could tell she was troubled. I remember you being.
Yes. What made?
Well, like I said, she had a keen interest in middle. But as I said, that fate such a.
Why were the?
I want the.
I should get.
Sure.
What am I missing? I don't feel like there's an obvious, like...
We don't need it. It's full of makeup. I guess that's... This is really old. Does anyone listen to cassette tapes anymore? It must be something she had as a child. Ouch.
It really feels like the closest thing we know to a hobby outside of her schoolwork that she had passion for is just clubbing. So that's why I said that that was like the thing. I guess I'll just trial and error. I'm not above this.
Hey, kid.
Hey, you.
So, what's the deal with this place anyway?
What do you mean?
It's loud. It's got zero class. Why come here?
To be free, of course. To be really alive, you need to let yourself go. I used to be so scared of places like this.
And then you died. Skull joke.
Don't you think? I could die tomorrow. Life's too short.
Actually, you can't die tomorrow. I have some bad news about that.
So, you think you're liberated?
Yes. I feel so free now.
I have an inn with women's lib.
Something was missing. I needed to get out of my stuffy room and live.
And you do that by coming here?
I have fun. I've never had so much fun before. And I'm happy, damn it. So much happier.
She says, like, grimacing. Did I ever tell you about that extremely bad joke from the TV show Lidsville that I'm, like, morbidly fascinated by? There's, like, an episode where, like, one of the characters has, like, a genie that lives in a ring. Don't ask. Nothing about this show makes any sense. And, like, in order to help the genie get better, someone has to, like, shrink down and, like, fit inside the ring to, like, I don't know, give her chicken soup or something stupid. They go to, like, a great deal of effort to, like, figure out the way to do it, but then they need to, like, shrink someone down. And then, like, that's the part that they make super easy. Is, like, someone just does it, and she's like, how did you, like, shrink down and fit in here? And the answer that's given is, I have an inn with women's lib. And then laugh track plays, and there's no further explanation as to what that means. I don't know.
You said you could die tomorrow. You ever think about that?
Jeez, what's with the doom and gloom?
You brought it up, not me.
I can't think about that. If and when I go, I want to say I enjoyed my life.
Have you?
What kind of question is that? Of course I have.
You were scared of this place?
Places like it. I didn't think it was me. I never would have thought of going to a place like this a year ago. But now, I can't think of anything else.
So?
You got a couple?
So?
Nothing much.
She said spare time. I talk to pretty girls like you.
Ouch, that was awful.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty smooth myself.
Look at me.
You've been dead a long time, pal.
So?
You got...
So?
Nothing.
Go to concerts, maybe take in a show.
So you're a watcher, huh?
Well, like watching you.
Ooh, that's worse. That's way worse.
So?
You got...
So?
Nothing much.
I bounce around. See everything I can.
Mm-hmm.
So?
You got it.
So?
Nothing much.
I've done all of these, right? Just did travel, did pretty girls, that was awful. Nightlife is what I said first, and that didn't do anything, and shows she just called us a watcher.
Really?
Maybe there's more to...
Somehow.
Hey, about this coroner's report from the time you died?
So, I heard this horrible story the other day.
Really?
It was about a girl who died in a place like this and was thrown into a dumpster.
Jesus, what the hell is wrong with you?
Look, forget it.
You say the weirdest things.
Is that not... I thought we were doing that. Is that not the vibe we had going?
Tell me about Professor Appleton.
God, that's creepy too.
I don't come here to talk about school.
How about reporter Jeremy Sams? He sent you an email.
Say, do you know a guy named Jeremy?
Huh? No.
It's demonstrably
Do
false.
you know anyone named Gavin?
Shh. Shut up and dance.
She's right here. If I have a question, I can just ask her. Have you ever...
The what line?
Never mind. I've got a scrap.
I'm gonna have to leave because I need to ask. I need to prompt the game to tell me what it wants me to do. Because I was really vibing with this until we reached a point where like it was impossible to figure out what her interests were. Because then it was like me trying to go on like a real life date, and spoiler alert, it would go like worse than this somehow. Not this. Talk to him. Right, I chose a bad place for this. That's on me. Sure, home. I don't care. Music is weirdly loud here. Don't worry about it.
So, did that professor say anything about where Jamie might have gone?
Dude, we've spent like hours there.
What you're waiting for? We need to follow.
That's all.
Yeah.
Alright, that's an extremely unhelpful clue because we've been doing nothing but hanging out at Munray's. There definitely is something mesmerizing about the dance. That is true. I already tried blowing on her.
Hey, kid.
Hey, you.
So,
You got it.
I like literally.
Nothing much.
Really? Maybe.
Somehow.
I got it.
Jamie spent a lot of time at Munray's, according to Elaine Appleton. Lisa said that she referred Jamie to Gavin.
I would accept a hint only because I know I could probably get there, but it's going to take like a long time. And I don't want to do that. Yes, I changed the music and had several conversations with her after dancing. If there's a second song, nothing has prompted me to do that. Rather, a third song. I've asked her about free time incessantly and get no result from that. Yeah, I've done... not this.
So, you got it.
There's only 4 options and I've done most of them twice.
I bounced around. So,
You got nothing much.
Go to concerts.
So you're
how? So,
you got nothing much.
I talked to
Ouch.
Really?
Look at me.
So,
You got nothing much. I really?
maybe it's
Some.
Yeah, did all of them. Well, I'm glad that we're in agreement that I've done everything that should lead me to progress. That doesn't, however, help us.
I make note.
I don't know if that's literally meant for me. What would I... How would I... What is that? Can you back that up in whatever you're looking at and figure out how I'm supposed to ascertain that thing that's not even like a word? Because, like, if that was something that meant something to me, I might just put it in the search, but, like... I feel like we should at least make a good faith effort. I don't understand what that means. Combine Jamie... Combine... Didn't I do that?
Spent a lot of time at Munray's, according to Elaine Appleton.
Combine Jamie with... Talk to people in the bar for progress. That hasn't been possible this entire time. What? What? How am I supposed... Come on! Literally, I tried talking to every group of people in here, and then when I read her email, I'm supposed to start randomly asking people if they're Seb? That doesn't make any sense! That's stupid as crap! In what way am I supposed to think that's the thing to do?
Hi, I'm looking for someone named Seb. They're ignoring me.
Seb is probably this dude.
Hi. Are you Seb? I said, are you Seb?
Yeah, I heard. Do I know you?
No, but we have a mutual friend.
Really? Who?
Jamie? Jamie Graham?
Sorry, don't know her.
Well, I know that's wrong because I hacked her email.
I read the email you wrote to Jamie.
That was private.
Sorry, I know. It couldn't be helped.
Well, I guess it couldn't be helped.
So, what do you want?
I'm trying to learn about her.
I'll save you the trouble. She was a drug addict, a dropout, and a tease. Then she spun out of control.
Oof, teases. That's rough. It's not good for a guy to call anyone that, really. It's messed up. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, I guess if I was like a psycho like Rosa, then like maybe it would seem natural to like, well, if I just keep talking to everyone in this room, I assume one of them will be the person I need to talk to. But like, I have no reason to think. I mean, okay. In the email, he says he keeps coming here, but like, I mean, like, just listen to that opening volley of, like, well, I hacked her email and read that message that you sent to her. And then he, like, keeps talking to me. Like, why would I... This doesn't make any sense.
You here alone?
Yeah, and I like it that way.
She was a drug addict.
Yeah, big time. She kept trying to get me on the stuff. Called me boring. Boring, right. At least I'm not dead.
I mean, the other thing, too... She didn't know what he looked like, and it's like... I mean... It's weird too, right? Because like, it's pretty socially weird to go around just like asking everyone in an establishment if they're this random person that you don't know. But like, she demonstrated she's not comfortable doing that because you try to just like approach people in the bar and she's just like, no. But like, even more than that, like, what am I actually hoping to get from him? Like, it's not clear. I mean, I guess I'm gonna, like, figure out what her hobbies are by talking to him, but, like, that's so abstract, that's, like, not a logical thing to do.
She was a drug addict.
Yeah, big time. She kept trying to get me on the stuff. Called me boring. Boring, right. At least I'm not dead.
It's a good thing this guy's a loud talker. Otherwise, it's ridiculous to think I'd be able to hear him.
She was a drug addict.
Yeah, big time. She's boring.
She dropped out of school.
Not yet. When she stopped going to class. She was gonna drop out or get kicked out. One or the other.
Why was Jamie a tease?
No, forget it.
I mean, what reason do you think? What do you think?
Why do you come here? It doesn't seem like your kind of place.
You want to talk.
I'm here on business. Kind of. So why are you here?
I don't know. Does it matter? Understand.
Do you want to go somewhere more quiet? It's kind of loud in here.
I don't want to
What?
talk anywhere, so I'll stay right here.
I read Jamie's autopsy report.
What's it say? She's still dead?
It confirms what everyone says. She died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
No surprise. All the drugs she took had to mess up her brain somehow.
No, that's not... So I have to stop talking to him, combine the drug report with his random assertion that she was on drugs, and then when he finds out she wasn't on drugs, he'll tell us what her favorite hobby is?
Well,
This is getting kind of preposterous, to be honest. Yeah, it's like a really irreverent thing to say, right? For someone who, like, supposedly cared about her so much.
Now this is interesting.
No, it's not. It's super basic, I promise.
But her blood work came back clean. Something's not right here.
He didn't lie, he's just stupid. You're so bad at being a detective.
Seb, you told me that Jamie was on drugs a lot, but Jamie never used drugs.
What do you mean?
I spoke to a cop. He saw the autopsy report. She was completely clean.
It's impossible. She was always talking about ecstasy, trying to get me on.
If she took anything, it wasn't stronger than coffee.
I think she meant ecstasy in the other sense, my guy. She was in a cult.
Sort of. Do you want the cop's number?
I kind of have the report, but not really.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Don't bother. I'll tell you why. She wanted to be interesting. She always thought she was boring. But she wasn't. She was fantastic. She read Robert Ashbless, for God's sake. How many girls read Ashbless?
No one. You made that up. Yeah, let's flirt with him. Is that what we're doing?
Right, Ashbless.
She wanted to live, she said. Feel alive. She was kidding herself. Told everyone she was taking drugs.
Are you, like, still single or whatever?
Stupid girl. I honestly thought that she and I... God, look at me. What the hell am I doing here? Is this me now? Following her ghost around like some lovesick puppy?
Her ghost's
Sick.
upstairs.
We're sick.
God, that interaction sucked. That was really stupid. It's weird that I can say I read Ashbless, but don't know enough to not Google search it. No, you got that right, Neko. Sir Robert Pelham Ashbless. Ashbless was an English author whose body of work includes novels, short stories, plays, and song lyrics. He's best known for Anubis at the Gate. Sure. Alright. My favorite whatever is Anubis having coffee or something.
So,
Nothing much.
this usually isn't my scene. You'd find me at home with a book most nights.
Really? I used to read all the time.
Not anymore?
Nah. So what do you
Nah, I'm dead.
Robert Ashbless was always a favorite of mine.
It's so weird that there's like false options when you couldn't even like go down this line of dialogue. I like Anubis at the gate.
Anubis at the gate was always a favorite.
Oh yeah, if you want to go with the popular one.
You don't like it?
Oh, sure, it's great, but that's the first one people always pick. You wrote other stuff, you know.
Like what?
Oh, dark drawings and drawing a last. If you liked Anubis, you'd like those too.
Really? I'd have to look them up sometime.
I've got a bunch in storage somewhere. Maybe I could let you borrow one sometime?
I'd like that.
How about right now?
Huh?
Not sometime. Right now. God, I hate this place. Why do I come here every night? To have fun? I just feel more miserable. Let's get out of here.
Sounds good to me, gorgeous. Where to?
Gross, so gross.
Well, my dorm isn't far.
Your dorm?
Yes. The John Jay Dormitory in 402.
Well,
I get the feeling we're going to be good for each other.
What's happening?
Just got a lot more interesting.
There. I want that to be my last memory of this place. Let's go.
It's so much funnier sped up.
Don't keep me waiting long, okay?
I love that there's no dialogue, just face. Just extremely angry face. So mad. Daddy does not approve.
What did you do to that girl?
I haven't done it yet.
Are you sure she's even legal?
Legal? She's dead.
This is disgusting. Are you seriously going in there to... I mean, can you even, you know?
I don't know. It's never come up before.
That's disgusting.
Look, believe it or not, I do have a small modicum of class. I'll do what I gotta do. No more and no less.
If you say so, Joey, but don't think I won't go in there. I won't want to, but I will.
You came.
I told
Not
you
concerned about the fact that just phased into her room.
I don't think I've ever been so cold. Look at me, I'm freezing. Come warm me up.
Of course,
Gross.
darling, if you're absolutely sure.
Of course I'm sure. I've never been so sure of anything. I feel so good when I'm around you. I don't want that feeling to go away. I feel like myself again. Does that make any sense? It's like I remember who I'm supposed to be, not what Gavin told me to be.
Gavin?
He's full of crap. I was just a bit lost, and he took advantage.
Just what did he do?
Look at you, so chivalrous. He told me I was dying, that I was wasting my life. Maybe he was right. Nose in a book or a computer, that was me. He said I had to stop studying and start living, have a full life, have fun. But after meeting you, I remember, my life wasn't so bad, was it?
Only you can judge that.
I had my family, I had a few
I think Anubis
friends,
can.
liked my classes, I even had a sort of boyfriend. Things were good. Why didn't I see that? I didn't have to be so miserable. Stupid, huh?
Yeah.
Far from home. It messes with your head. People get confused. It happens.
Sure, that's obvious now, isn't it? It's like I couldn't think straight. Even right up until the end,
The
Oh,
end of
got
what?
there?
Please, darling. The end of what?
It's so cold in here.
Sorry.
I am so sorry.
Sorry, I'm dead and you're sorry. Is this really happening?
It's already happened.
I died. In the club. I died. I remember it perfectly. It was like being ripped apart.
I know. It happened to me once too.
But it's over now?
Yes, dear. It's over.
So what now?
Red, I know you're listening. That's your cue.
Sounds like we're traveling between rooms in the nonary games.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the portrait shifting isn't ideal.
Much to take in. I know. So what now? Just float into the light and I'm gone?
I don't know what happens after.
See you later, She-Hulk.
Yes. Just head toward the light.
So this is it? I'm really dead. Gavin told me to live life to the fullest. Ironic, huh?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
If I had only taken a minute to think about what I was doing. But it's too late for that, isn't it?
Yes.
Gavin, he's going to do this to someone else. I know it. I feel it. He's already done it. Countless times.
Do you know where we can find him?
We'd meet on campus. I don't know where he lives. Funny. Didn't seem suspicious at the time. It's fading. Everything is just fading.
We'll get to him. We'll stop him. It's what we do.
It's not really what we do.
Time to go, Jamie.
I know. Tell Joey I said bye.
Sure.
And if he needs a cold shower or anything, tell him I'm sorry.
You got her off?
Man.
Yeah, she's gone.
Good.
Something wrong?
No. I just want to meet this Gavin guy so I can sock him in the jaw.
Joey?
Who has this kind of power anyway? He brainwashed that poor kid. And that sob story Tiffany. Don't get me wrong, I've seen some pretty out there stuff. But this, well, it just rubs me the wrong way.
I think we should talk to Lisa again.
Well, it's literally the only thing to do.
More clam than a seafood buffet. But sure, why not?
She keeps more clam than a seafood buffet? Pardon? What do you... I mean, I think I know what you mean, but like, what? I appreciate the attempt to recreate the quintessential dance as emotes. I think what he's trying to say is that she's clammed up about all things important or something. But it's just a super weird way to say it.
I've learned something about Gavin and Jamie. Can I come in? I'll tell you all about it.
Yes.
And she spent all her time at that club until she died there. Her body was found in a dumpster a few streets away.
Poor girl. Jamie was such a quiet, shy thing when she spent her whole life doing what was expected of her, but she couldn't decide what was right for her. The girl was paralyzed. Coming to this city with all its possibility, it made her question the point of everything.
And you gave her answers?
She was so determined to fail. I couldn't help her.
So you sent her to Gavin?
Yes, I did. Her, and the other one, and others.
Her and another one, and more than one other
I never
one.
saw them again. I never knew what happened to them. I could tell myself I wasn't doing any harm, but now that I know for
Well,
sure...
luckily you're not a
Why
doctor.
did you do it, Lisa? Was it money? Did Gavin pay you?
No, it's part of the deal. If you want to operate a shop like mine, you need to make an arrangement with someone like Gavin.
So it's a racket.
Does that mean there are others like you?
They are all like me. If you refuse, you don't last very long. I've got to leave town. This is getting too big.
Not before you tell me where to find Gavin.
You really want to do this? Even if you succeed, there are others like him.
Someone should do it.
Someone has to stop it.
And that someone is you?
It's certainly not going to be you, is it? I can't go to the police. There's nobody else but me.
My grandfather died today.
Yes.
He's the only family I had left. I have nothing holding me here.
I'm sorry.
Spare me. I'll arrange a meeting with Gavin, but give me a few days. I need to leave the city. I don't want to be here when this goes down.
Your grandfather would be so proud.
Don't judge me here. I'm not brave. I'm just living.
That's all.
Did she hear
any of us
that?
are doing.
She never heard him before.
Just living. This is what she calls living.
She's helping us, Joey.
Helping herself, more like. Don't forget, that lady's a scam artist.
I haven't forgotten.
She scammed 3 people that we know of. She tried to scam you.
But she didn't, did she?
Damn it, Danny, how could you let this happen?
Joey?
All that we went through just so she could exist.
Joey?
What?
Talking to yourself on the street? You should know better, really. Of course, in this city, who would care?
Who the hell are you?
Gavin.
You're wondering who I am. But I have a feeling you already know.
Oh.
Gavin.
Smart girl. Maybe they were right about you.
They? You wouldn't happen to be speaking of the temporal home for enlightened mariachis.
They? What do you mean they?
You don't know, do you? No, of course you don't. There's no reason to. The truth is, we've known there was another one of you at work for some time now. We just didn't know who you were. It's been quite a
I'm on the
race
internet.
to see who would find you first. Someone would have found you eventually, but since you put yourself on my radar, I decided to come to you.
Well, I'm here. What do you want with me?
We are all fascinated by you. A channel between this world and the next. The potential is just waiting to be tapped. You're a commodity, one I plan on using.
Nah.
And if I say no?
I'm afraid that's not an option.
So you'd kill me, like those girls, like Jeremy.
I fed on those girls.
Fed?
They had all the potential in the world to be happy, but no. They wasted it, squandered it. So I channeled all that positive energy out of them and took it into myself. If they weren't using it, why shouldn't I? There are people.
After all, why shouldn't I siphon positive emotions from helpless women?
I merely helped them.
That's sick.
It's kept me alive for 2 centuries, which is more than I can say for you.
Is he an actual emotional vampire?
Hey, Red? Red, talk to me.
Spirit guide, are you there?
You're damn right I'm here.
She's not dead. It's just a tranquilizer. I need her alive.
You don't know how lucky you are.
It's a shame we can't get to know each other further. Lisa, I have a package for you.
Ugh.
Hey, take it easy.
Ugh, I can't move. What happened?
You got hit with a knockout drug. You're tied up. Don't worry, I'll get us out of here. Somehow.
I do agree with you, Neko. I get a Steven Spielberg vibe, for sure. Ooh, a glass. Hang on. Yeah. Cool. Can I look in this?
Crammed to bursting point with old boxes.
All closets are full of boxes in this world. It's a little odd.
Ghost, remember? Just a bunch of useless junk. Just a... I can't pick...
Can I have her, like, shimmy over here?
I'm all tied up. Nothing on there looks useful. It's glass.
Your glass.
I can't...
Go outside?
She's just sitting there, awaiting orders like a good little soldier. It didn't have to be this way, Danny. Nothing interesting in there.
I'm not mistaken. I'm sure I understand.
Did he cut himself off?
Cuckoo is... I think I can just get close enough.
And you are absolutely sure this is the bestower?
Must we go over this again?
If she is, you are welcome to her. But if you are mistaken...
I'm not mistaken. I'm sure of it.
Then I hope you are correct. You know the havoc they cause.
I told you, everything is under control.
Just be discreet, is all I'm saying.
I've lasted this long, haven't I?
And what about Miss Tenzin? You've reported that she's been acting... erratic. Can you be sure of her loyalty?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Then you understand what has to be done.
I understand.
Take care of it once the bestower is in custody.
I'll see to it personally.
Then I leave it all in your hands.
Are we done? Must I go over this another time?
No, I think we're done.
Goodbye, then.
Blowing him real quick?
Interesting. Spirit guide. Was that you? Roar your mighty wind all you like. It won't make a bit of difference.
Not
We're
sure.
on the phone?
Looks like a phone.
So I think I needed that information to persuade Lisa at some point.
Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? Hello?
Shut up.
Lisa?
I said shut up.
Gavin is going to kill you.
Really? And you know this how?
You should know by now. I'm a medium. I have a spirit guide, and he overheard Gavin talking.
Even if you are what you say, how do I know you aren't lying?
Guess you'll just die.
Forget I said anything. In fact, stay right there. I want to be here when Gavin kills you.
I liked my job, you know. It might not have been respectable, but I was good at it. Now what am I going to do?
Oh, there's a temp agency I've heard of.
Is there another way out?
In fact, there is. There's a fire escape in my bedroom. It's the only way.
Great, let's go. Lisa? Damn it.
God, she does suck, huh?
No good.
Have no inventory.
I can't pick. It's glass.
It's glass. No good.
How do I get... I feel like I'm not supposed to blow on it, because that got me in trouble before. That stupid puzzle that was bad. Ruh-roh. Yeah, that's fine.
Not sure. Just a bunch. Can't do any.
So I can't put my head in there.
I can't pick that. It's glass.
Sure is glass, huh?
Nothing interesting.
Nothing interesting but a way out. Well, at least you won't try to stop me from leaving if and when I sort this.
You doing all right?
Sure, Joey, just great.
Just relax and keep.
So I can't get any kind of prompting here.
Grab a hold of this.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna drag her over there.
Just take it.
Toward the back. Toward the right. Toward the right. I mean...
I can't move her.
To the front? To the back? Oh, pull up?
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
I mean, I get the idea here. It's kind of hard for me to get a sense of how they want this to go. Am I supposed to saw by going back and forth? Or get tension by doing...
I can't.
I guess let her do it now?
No good. I'm stuck. Got it. No good. I'm stuck.
Oh, now it's in her inventory?
Ugh, this is tougher than it looks. Almost. Ah, finally.
Nice going. Now let's see about getting out of here.
It's glass. Looks like it's...
Sure is glass, huh?
Hi.
Put a curse on it.
Please, my ears are burning. I just want to have a civilized chat. I really, really don't want to use this again, but I need time to decide what to do with you. You can either pass the time pleasantly, or you can pass it unconscious. Your choice.
Feel like I'm supposed to say fine.
Fine. Let's talk.
Wonderful. Have a seat. So, another bestower. After all this time, you have given us quite the runaround.
What now?
Bestower?
Is what we used to call your kind a long time ago. A bestower of eternity. Poetic, isn't it?
I prefer medium.
Suit yourself. Personally, it makes you sound like a steak.
Really stupid.
Why should I believe a word you say? How many people have you killed?
You
like a lot.
insist on thinking of me as a murderer.
Just because I do murders?
Jump off a bridge, and they do it. Does that make me a killer?
It is if you eat them afterward.
They would have died anyway.
You believe that?
I've been alive a long time, and there are always people who go to extreme lengths to avoid their own happiness.
In no way is that a justification for murder.
What exactly do you know about us?
I know that you are a rarity, a spiritual quirk.
A medium
that was never
rarity?
Supposed to exist. A link to the next world that has passed through the generations. Mysterious, isn't it?
Maybe. And Jeremy, what about him?
Yes, I do regret that one. Normally I would just refuse to talk to him, but I had my orders. We all have to answer to someone. It's a shame Lisa didn't realize that.
Where is Lisa, anyway?
Don't tell me you don't know. Running away like that's such a mistake. Some people just can't ignore their basic instinct for survival. Not that I can relate, of course.
Did you kill her?
She was trying to escape. To betray us. That isn't allowed.
I see.
She...
Did you kill her, though?
Remember that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, literally... It's like cyberbullying, right? Like, people are held culpable if they, like, tell people to kill themselves, and then they do. Like, that's... I'm not a legal expert, but like that is a crime. This game may predate like some of the serious discussions about that with social media and whatnot, but like it's definitely a crime. Guess I'll stop talking.
Nothing more to say.
Amicable silence it is then.
Cool.
Nothing interesting in.
Oh, hello there. I didn't see you come in. Please take a seat.
Ah, fair enough. Probably should have read that.
Lisa? Is that you?
Yes, I am Lisa Tenzin.
Oh, God blast it. Sorry, you're dead.
I don't have time to pussyfoot around this. You are dead.
Say no more.
Huh?
Being confronted with death, any death, makes you confront your own mortality.
Yeah, nothing says mortality like being dead.
But if you aren't careful, it can generate negative energy that damages the
I'll
city.
fight you.
Lisa, what the hell happened to you? Last I saw you, you were hightailing it out of here.
Your blockage is strong, but not insurmountable.
Don't talk about my
I can
blockage.
meditate tonight on the problem. That way, the best course of action will be revealed.
All it takes is an expensive candle, and I'll talk about your blockage some more.
Did Gavin kill you?
I don't know any Gavin. Sorry.
Sure you do. Think harder.
No, I can't talk about Gavin. That's just not done.
We don't talk about Gavin.
There was a redhead in here earlier. You talked about Gavin and some girls you referred to him.
No, I don't think so. If that happened, I don't remember it.
Of course you don't. What are you doing here?
I'm glad you asked.
Yeah?
I work with life energy mostly.
Oh, I hate you.
Everything we do in our daily lives creates positive and negative energy.
Yeah, I've heard this.
I wish we had that ghost gun from earlier.
Energy keeps your spirit alive and healthy, while negative energy blocks it.
Yeah, I know.
Think of it like exercise for the soul. Just like maintaining a healthy body, you also need to maintain a healthy spirit.
Jesus, she's given the same spiel so many times, she's even saying it in death.
I can tell your spirit is weak and could use my services.
Stop talking about using your services on my blockage. It's illegal most places. Let's talk about your grandfather, because I know him and stuff.
I want to talk to you about Danny Marconi.
Sorry, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, I'm really gonna fight you.
Marconi. Your grandfather?
No, sorry, I don't talk about my grandfather. That's how it all started.
How what started?
Please, won't you have a seat?
We were talking about him earlier. Don't you remember?
I have never seen you before in my life.
That's because you were... right, never mind. Look, Gavin sent me. He wants you to come with me right now.
Gavin?
Yeah, you know Gavin, don't you?
No, I can't talk about Gavin. That's just not done.
Weak spirit? I am a spirit lady, and so are you.
Yes, something indeed is blocking your spirit. It can't function and flow like it normally would.
I'm glad she's a ghost, because then I can do her physical
Just
harm.
fine. Can't say the same for you. All right, Lisa. I'm gonna split.
You are still unsure. I understand.
Give me some of that licorice.
Take your time and come back when you're ready.
I guess there's nothing stopping. It does not. Wouldn't do any good. A spook has to... Until she... When I... Not much of a... Full of... Not sure what...
Really shouldn't be able to go this
It
far.
looks like we're getting out of here.
Blow the photo under the door.
Not sure what... It's the...
There's a photo of your grandfather on the floor.
Hey, check this out. This is Danny
Check
Marconi,
out this
isn't
sweet
it?
Danny Marconi.
Don't play dumb with me now.
That shouldn't be in here. How did this get in here?
I blew it with my ghost powers.
Talking about him.
He's dead. He was a weak man.
If anything made him weak...
Take a look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
And what makes you say that?
He told my mother and me stories. Stories about when he was young. He told us about a man he once knew. A man who died to save my grandfather's life.
Really?
It ate away at him. The guilt. It tore his heart apart. Made him weak. Till the day he died, he never felt he deserved to live.
That's just stupid.
Every day. He told us every
That's
day
genuinely a little messed up.
What?
that we weren't good enough. None of us were good enough to be worth that man's sacrifice. My grandfather spent
Well,
his whole
I'll
life
second
feeling
that.
guilty. My mother, the same. But not me. Oh,
It's a
no.
really unhinged thing to say, though.
Life is too short for guilt.
Like, it's one thing to, like, try and, like, project that on your kids, which, like, not at all a justification. Just, like, I at least understand the insane argument you're trying to make, but, like, for you to, like, marry someone and then to say to that person, like, you don't deserve to live due to the sacrifice of a man I knew before we met, like, that's just, what are you talking about?
You're right about one thing. Life's short. Shorter than you'd believe.
No, I made my choices.
Oh my god,
Yes,
people stop saying
you
that.
did.
I will not end up like my mother.
Well, congratulations. You didn't. What happened on that fire escape, Lisa? Tell me.
Nothing! Please!
No, you don't get to die in ignorance. Not you. You're going to remember if I have to drill it into your dead skull. Fire escape. What happened?
I was climbing. Then, what are you?
So, was it worth it, Lisa? All the schmoes you conned? All the sob stories, who died? Was it worth it? Now, at the end of it all, can you look back and say, yeah, my life was worth living?
Leave me alone.
Wish I could, sweetheart. But like it or not, I'm here to save you. I guess you could say old habits die hard.
I need
Yippee-ki-yay.
Please come back tomorrow.
Sorry, sister. I know an aware spook when I see one. You can't hide from this.
No, I'm tired. So tired.
Red, what are you doing down here? Where's Gavin?
I handled it. He won't be a problem.
You handled it.
Is that so surprising?
Yeah, frankly. So what happened? Red? What happened? What did you do? Huh? What the hell, Red?
Joey, you missed it. I didn't fall this time.
Yeah, bully for you. Now what's your game?
No, Joey, you don't get it. I didn't fall. I always fall through that door, but I didn't this time. It's all about mental control. Gavin was right.
Gavin, did he put you up to this?
This is my own choice.
I don't believe that for a second. Kid, stop and think. You got whammied. Gavin slipped you a mental Mickey. You're not yourself.
No. I've got a life, Joey. I need to start living it. I can't stay in the shadow of a ghost anymore.
What an ill-defined power.
Exactly are you gonna do?
He's gonna banish you to the Shadow Realm,
Hey, get
goon.
back here. Huh? What the? Hello? Red? This isn't funny. Hello? Anybody?
So, is it done?
Oh yeah, it's done. You were right. I don't think I've ever felt so...
Free?
Yeah.
He was holding you back. Why don't you take a seat? I think we've got a lot more to discuss.
All that time and all those spooks. Is this the thanks I get? This wasn't
Yeah.
how it was supposed to be.
Eh.
Is there someone there?
It's the lady from the diner. Probably. Yeah.
Madeline, is that you?
Oh, I see. Malone, was it? I suppose you arriving here was inevitable. You wouldn't be
What do you
my
do for
first
fun around here?
companion, but choices are hard to come by these days.
Do you like epileptic fish?
Inevitable. What do you mean inevitable?
Your host banished you, did she not?
No, that's not what happened.
Did she leave you here and close the door behind her?
Well, yeah, but...
Then you've been banished, just like I was.
Yeah, it's clearly the same thing that happened with the Countess, which is extremely bad news because this is what caused the Countess to become the Countess.
What are you doing here?
Doing? What does any lost spirit do? Stare at the
Float?
universe, ponder our place in it,
Float.
wonder where we went wrong.
What do you mean, where you went wrong?
Don't you have any regrets?
Maybe. Too late to worry about them now.
Well, you will have plenty of time to do just that.
She seemed to have a lot more power the last time we saw her. She's very, like, over it.
She didn't want to send me here, not really.
Is that so?
She wasn't in her right mind. I just gotta get through to her.
And how are you going to do that? It's too late. The link between you is breaking. Soon it will be gone, and then there will be a large...
No. Soon we'll have our own diner or something.
Then the universe will
Or like a coffee shop where she refuses to buy coffee.
It happened to my host many years ago. It will happen to yours. You should just be grateful you won't have to see it happen.
So they said that they met another bestower a long time ago. Is the implication that they literally did this to the Countess? Like they're the reason that happened? For my money, that feels like the world's a little too small, but sure, we could go with it.
Wait, are you telling me that Red is gonna end up like her?
Who can say? But yes.
Yeah, probs.
That's not gonna happen. I won't let it.
And just what are you going to do, little ghost? Rail against the universe? Scream at her through the infinite gap between that world and this? The link is breaking. There is nothing that can be done.
You said the link is breaking.
I learned a little about link summoning from Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains.
It feels like your soul breaking in two.
Huh. So maybe I'm not licked yet.
Perhaps.
This could be a cutscene.
So this link, how do I get through it? Where is it?
It's not a place, Malone. It's a part of both of you. Weren't you taught?
Except sometimes it's actually a place.
What? It was all learn as I go.
And you've lasted this long? Fascinating. Still, you must have used the link several times before now. It's the only way to send on the lost spirits you meet.
So, where's this link?
As I said, it's a part of you. You must.
This is time.
Right.
I have no pressing engagements, believe me.
How do you like my time?
When you say link, do you mean this?
That? Don't be absurd.
Look, you said the link is how we deal with the spooks. Well, we use this.
You use your necktie.
That's what I said.
Come
That's
closer.
embarrassing. That's very stupid.
I've never seen anything like this. You
The pattern is
created a
hideous.
mental projection of your link in the form of your necktie.
Sure, whatever.
How?
I don't know. Like I said, I had no teacher. One day it just seemed like the right thing to do. And it worked.
So why haven't you used it to return?
I don't know
Can I do that?
I've spent almost a century in this place, only reaching out to the mortal world in dreams. You have no idea.
I don't. You're also not giving me a lot of
I'll show
answers.
you how to traverse the link, but only if you agree to take me with you.
That's fine.
And why should I do that? The last time we blindly trusted you, you let a killer ghost loose in New York.
That killer ghost is what your precious host will become one day. Remember that.
Alright, sure, whatever, fine.
You got me over a barrel.
Then take my hand.
Hey.
Shh. Let me concentrate.
That was interesting. Red, what the hell is he doing to you? Madeline, what the hell is going on? Now where did she go?
He is feeding on her, draining her. It's how he stays alive.
Yeah, I gathered that. So, how do I stop him?
Stop him? You can't. We're dead. Gavin will drain her dry, and then she'll be dead too. And then we'll
have a
all
ghost
this
dance
house
party.
together.
That's not gonna happen. How do you know so much about Gavin all of a sudden?
I think I've always known. I just chose to ignore it. But it's crystal clear to me now. Not that it matters.
Right, just stay there.
What's the point?
Step out from the fringe of society. The spirits you save. Who knows? Does anybody know you? Does anybody thank you?
Hold on. And crank that walk speed down, because I feel like there may be a timing element to this. I feel like I'm going to want a satisfying answer to what Gavin is, and feel like I'm not going to get one long term. I mean, now that it's saved, we could probably keep it at maximum walk speed.
Every night.
Hang on. Can I blow this weird bird on him?
You have been given this gift. Not all gifts have to be accepted. That's it. Reject this. You're making the right choice.
Whatever that stuff is, it packs a punch. No way I'm getting past it.
After all.
So is the idea that I, like, suck her into her own head?
And I'm not, so I'll just keep this around my neck where it belongs.
Step out from the fringe of society. The spirits you save. Who knows? Does anybody know you?
He's not
Does
dead.
anybody thank you? You toil on the every behalf night. of ingrates. You prowl the city looking for the dead.
Whatever that's, no way I'm getting.
But what can the dead
Yeah,
offer?
that's.
You have been given this gift. Not all gifts have to be accepted.
I want the spaghetti. I don't think the spaghetti is a hitbox.
Step out of the darkness. Step out from the fringe of society. The spirits you save. Who knows? Does anybody know you? Does anybody thank toil on the behalf of you proud the city?
It's not like a lot of active hitboxes.
Not all gifts have to be
Just like talk to her?
Can you hear me?
Joey?
Your spirit guide. He has returned?
Yeah, I've returned. Stop listening to this guy.
No, I can't talk to you. I have my own life now.
Not for long, you
This
won't.
is stupid.
I don't know how you returned, spirit guide, but she's right. You can't convince her otherwise.
You're not allowed to stop. You'll never be alone. I'll haunt you forever.
You know you can't turn your back on this life. You want to end up like your aunt and grandmother?
You don't know for sure that'll happen.
Of course I do. I saw what happened when they tried to stop. They both ended up in the loony bin.
Does one have anything to do with the other? You're just guessing. You're in the dark as much as I am.
Remember Jeremy, you like that guy.
Murdered Jeremy Red. You can't have forgotten that.
Jeremy?
I suggest you forget about Jeremy. He had years to reach out to you and never did. He never thought of you before.
That's stupid.
Why should you think of him now?
That's right. Why should I care about Jeremy?
Yeah, maybe it's good he's dead and gone. After all, there was no other reason for him to call you.
What?
Think about it. He was a successful reporter. What would you be to him? Just some crazy girl who talks to herself.
Maybe I could have told him. Maybe he would have understood.
Maybe you're right. Too bad we'll never know, since Gavin killed him and everything. Come on, fight this!
I can't.
Of course you can. One foot in front of the other.
Rosangela, listen to me. Don't regress on me now. We've made such progress.
Kid, think about Jamie. Gavin turned her into something she wasn't.
I'm not like her. Jamie didn't know who she was.
In the end, she was willing to sleep with me. Isn't that horrifying? Gavin's the worst kind of monster.
So, who exactly are you?
I'm someone who isn't going to listen to the dead any longer. That part of my life is over. I'm entering the next chapter.
Sure, if the next chapter takes place in the morgue, you don't want this.
I've never wanted anything more.
Yes, that's right. You know I'm correct. That's it. Yes. After all, making the right
Shut up, evil Steven Spielberg.
Joey?
I told you to forget about him.
Shut up, I'm talking.
It's weird. It reset Jeremy.
Think, Red, we've been cleaning up this guy's messes for 2 nights. Do you want to be one of them?
They wanted to live. So do I.
This guy's killing you.
You're wrong. I've never felt so alive.
Think about Penelope, kid. Gavin tore her family apart.
Family? What did family ever do for me?
It starts to seem like maybe we're trying to make her mad.
Nothing. They didn't give you a damn thing.
That's right.
Who needs family? You got through it on your own. Those lonely years would break most people, but not Rosa Blackwell.
No, I'm still here.
That's right. Bit shaken, perhaps, but not broken. You should be proud, kid.
I am.
So tell me, why are you letting a creep like Gavin tell you what to do?
I'm not.
Then prove it. Walk away.
I can't.
Of course you can.
Rosangela, don't regret.
Remember Tiffany, Red? Gavin played with her heart until it broke.
Tiffany. She was weak and stupid.
Probably the first one or the last one.
She was just human, Red.
No, it's the
Weak
other
and
one.
stupid sometimes.
She didn't really want to live. She just gave up and wasted away.
That's right. You are not a quitter.
Damn it!
That's better. Step out of the darkness. Step out from the fringe of society.
Look,
I told.
kid, think about.
I'm not like Jamie did.
You suck.
You know who you are? Bull. You're the most confused broad I know.
You're wrong. I know exactly who I am.
You're a medium. It's the only thing you're good at. Now you want to chuck it all away.
I am much more than that.
No. Right now, you're whatever this guy's telling you to be.
That's not true.
Then prove it.
I can't.
Of course you...
Roseanne, don't regret...
Remember Tiffany?
Tiffany.
You think you're any
You
better?
suck again.
Not from where I'm standing, you're not.
You always think the worst of me.
Yep,
Do,
because
huh?
you're bad.
Then prove it. Walk away.
Ugh, my head.
Come on, Red, you know something's off about this.
Rosangela, you are not thinking clearly. You know what you have to do.
Think about Penelope, kid. Gavin tore her family apart.
Family? What did
Nothing.
Nothing. They didn't.
That's right.
Who needs family? You got through it on your own. Those lonely years would break most people, but not Rosa Blackwell.
No, I'm still here.
That's right. Bit shaken, perhaps, but not broken. You should be proud, kid.
I am.
So tell me.
I don't mind this general concept, but I don't love that it like fully resets the conversation. Doesn't feel like that's
it. Come on.
Useful.
Almost there.
No, your spirit guide is wrong. He always has been. You need to take control over your own life. Turn away from him.
Man, when this is done, she's gonna suck the spaghetti noodle back from him so hard his skin's gonna come
I
off.
suggest you forget about Jeremy. He had years to reach out to you and never did. He never thought of you before. Why should you think of him now?
That's right. Why should I care about Jeremy?
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah, maybe it's good he's dead and gone. After all, there was no other reason for him to call you.
What?
Think about it. He was a successful reporter. What would you be to him? Just some crazy girl who talks to herself.
Maybe I could have told him. Maybe he would have understood.
Maybe you're right. Too bad we'll never know, since Gavin killed him and everything. Come on, fight this!
I am...
Rosangela Blackwell, listen to my voice. You want to listen to me. You need to listen to me. In your
Yvonne
heart,
Neage.
I am right about everything.
Red?
I think...
You think what I tell you to think. That's better. Now where were we?
Get out of my head!
Oh, very clever. You got me when I was feeding. I might have been unprepared, but I won't be next time.
Next time? I hate to break it to you, Pally, but you're dead.
Dead? No. I have energy to spare. More than enough to bring me back.
Gavin?
Oh, it's you.
I didn't want it to be this way.
Get out of my way, Lisa.
I was scared. Maybe my grandfather was right.
I said get out of my way.
No, I can't. Not now. It's got to mean something.
Get off of me.
Hold on. This can't be bothered to make a new file. Hi, Lisa and Gavin. Yep.
This place?
Get dunked on, loser.
I was never supposed to come back here. It was part of the deal. Please, send me back.
Nah, I'm not doing that. You suck.
No, not yet. It's too soon. You don't understand. If they find me here...
Is the devil back?
Wait! Give me another chance, please!
What just happened?
I'm not
There was some Doctor Who stuff right
I
there.
want to go home now. I'm very tired. Just
Yeah, same.
That way? You're sure?
Yes.
Do you think it was worth it? In the end? Any of it?
Yeah, I mean, you tried. In the end, I feel like you made the right choice.
You did help us stop Gavin. He won't hurt anyone else.
Does that make up for it all?
I don't know.
I was so angry.
You'll find out in the light.
I've never been so angry. And now, I'm just so tired.
Oh my god, big same, girl.
You can rest as long as you like.
Thank you.
You okay?
Sure, I think so. My brain feels scrubbed raw, but I'm okay.
And the spooks?
Lisa went through. Gavin was...
Gavin got like super disintegrated.
Stay here. Let's get out of here.
Sure. You wanted to come here?
It's a place to go, and I need some air.
Suit yourself.
The stuff I said.
Forget it. It never happened.
No, it's all mixed up.
Who are you, Jonathan
The truth and
Frakes?
the lies. It's all a big mess. I'm not sure who I am right now.
It'll sort itself out.
No.
You should have a Snickers.
Oh, what's the damn point?
Huh?
I was weak. He got into my head. He found a loose thread in my mind and yanked it free. I should have been stronger.
Stronger? The guy had to tie you up and hold you at gunpoint to get through to you. That's more than you can say for anyone else he's met.
Maybe. But what's the point?
What do you mean?
Spaghetti powers?
The others, none of them were happy.
What brought this on?
Helping Jeremy. All these ghosts. It should be fulfilling. Why do I feel so empty? Is it Gavin? Or is it me?
I wish I had answers.
They're pretty
There was a
ungrateful.
time when I thought the same, that helping someone else would do me good. Turns out, I was wrong.
Do you regret it?
I don't know. Maybe. Who could say? You make your choices, whether there's a point or not.
Then how's this for a choice? This organization that Gavin belongs to, they're out there, somewhere.
Somewhere?
I want to find them.
You sure?
Yes.
And this is what's gonna bring meaning to your existence?
I need to do something. Anything. I can't just react anymore. It might not be the right choice, or even a good one, but it's something. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it. And I'm with you. All the way to the end, I'm with you.
Thank you. God, I could kill for a coffee. Do you think that cafe down there is open?
For their sake, I hope so.
Should have gone for one earlier.
To you, sweetheart.
It's like 16 in the morning or something. We've been up forever. Even the offices are finally closed or something. I don't know. Well, I kind of feel like, I feel like even though it's a little cheap to go for the, like, grand organization, secret superpower guy thing kind of out of nowhere, in some ways that feels like the most satisfying, like, individual game conclusion so far. Like, I don't know, just the fact that there was, like, a proper villain definitely gave it a sense of closure. Even, like, the Countess was kind of deliberately... How many times was Joey shot?
Breaking story. An anonymous tip sent police to a midtown home where 2 dead bodies were found. Police Commissioner Alex Silva had this to say.
I want to send a very public message to the ones who did this. This isn't something we tolerate. Not in this city, and not under my watch. So whoever you are, let's get one thing straight. We will find you. It's only a matter of time.
She gonna be a character in the last game all of a sudden? But my point was, like, so, yeah, like, arguably the Countess is, like, a villain, but, like, they want her to be kind of sympathetic. I don't think they do, like, a great job of setting that up, but, like, it's pretty clear the idea is that she's meant to be sympathetic in the sense that, like, something happened beyond her control, and then her powers sort of overcame her when she didn't have a spirit guide to sort of temper them or whatever, and then she went crazy and started killing people. And then, like, even beyond that, like, she wasn't able to overcome the influence of people trying to take advantage of her or whatever. But, like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I found myself at a certain point feeling like, it was weird how much of, like, a boogeyman Gavin was for so much of this game. Of, like, it wasn't like we were tracking down the killer. Like, obviously we're not, like, an actual detective or whatever, but, like, it kind of feels like this wanted to be structured like we sort of found these mysterious deaths and, like, looked into them and, like, started getting closer and closer to this individual, and then, you know, like, when we think we're about to corner him, he comes out and turns it on us or whatever. But, like, it felt weird that, like, instead of that, we just, like, kept talking to, like, Lisa, and, like, there wasn't, like, there's not a lot of sense of, like, progression or rising action in the Blackwell games. It's kind of, like, a consistent flaw among them. There's, like, exceptions, but, like, broadly speaking, like, I don't mind the sort of multiple case structure. I honestly often like that sort of thing in adventure games to, like, help things feel less linear, even though it somehow never pans out that way for me. In these games, like, you can investigate them, like, concurrently. It just, like, never happens. But, like, like, the reason I think this one succeeds in a way that the others fail is that, like, at least in the end, it feels like this was building towards something. Like, the cases were tied together in the notion that, like, Gavin had killed those people, and we're trying to figure out who was responsible and what they were doing. And, like, you know, we kind of just find out some of the important stuff, like, right at the end, just 'cause. But, like, it's still... It's a lot closer to the type of story I think I want from these games. I mean, like, you could do a smaller scale thing, but then you have to get like emotional in a way that these games aren't willing to do. If you've ever seen or played, gosh, what are they called? I think the first one is like To the Moon, and then the sequel to that is like Finding Paradise or something like that. They're two games made in like RPG Maker or something, whatever that's called. And they're basically, I forget the exact premise, it's been a minute, but it's like kind of like a pair of like memory specialists who like, as people are like approaching their death, they use technology to like delve into their past, figure out like their regrets, and like help them sort of like let go of regrets and find happiness in the moments before they die. And like they're like these intensely emotional games that like you could do cool stuff like that with these games, but like we're so like hell-bent on having these really like flippant, sarcastic characters, and that's fine. But then like, you know, you kind of lose out on the ability to have emotional stakes unless that growth is like the journey, which at least in the several games we played now has not been the case. So like the fact that this has sort of a cliche, almost like comic book kind of story building to a supervillain works in a way that the other ones don't, because it's like the only kind of stakes the game allows for. Like, I really do think you could do cool, like, helping spirits move on, and it's, like, emotional and touching and whatever, but, like, that's just clearly not what we're doing. And so the attempt at these smaller scale stories just kind of feels like, well, I don't know. I mean, it kind of goes back to what I was saying before, like, a few times now, where, like, at multiple times playing through these games, it has felt like it's not necessarily even good that we're doing what we're doing. Like, some of the spirits have felt like outright like angry that we've helped them like move on to the other side. And so like, you know, even this game sort of acknowledges like it's not fulfilling in its own right. It's not that like doing this brings some sense of like completion or positivity or closure to Rosa or Joey, but like it's just what we do. And like that's just like not like a satisfying like driving thing. Like I mean, I know in like a traditional like hero's journey, like it's typical for like the hero to reject the call to action, and that's like all fine and good for like the initial thing, but like I mean, can you like name for me like an ongoing like TV series where like the characters just like basically refuse to do what their show is about? Like that's kind of what Blackwell has been all along. And so like I guess I appreciate some sense of resolve after taking out Gavin, but like yeah, you know, I would like some answers as to like what he is. It's a little weird that they've left it kind of gray as if he had a direct connection to the Countess or whatever. It's not like essential that that be answered, but like the mythology is just, I don't know. The mythology of these games is really murky. It has like a lot of potential, but like as I've said in the past, I feel like almost every time we've like doubled down on our mythology, it's ended up being like kind of weak or whatever. I don't know this one. Yoshihiko, they meet the chosen one, the hero, but he's about 6 and has school and can't even lift a sword, so he refuses. Even knowing as little as I do about that, that sounds different to me, and I understand why it doesn't, but like in that case, it seems like there's like a reason to defy the call to action, and so like the drama of the story is to make him make that choice. I'm thinking more like, you know, like the X-Files, where like if every single week both Mulder and Scully were like, God, it sucks so much to investigate like paranormal stuff, like it's just so stupid and it's not worth my time, like that would just be like insanely grating. Like, I'm talking about, like, the thing that they do every week is the thing that they hate. That sounds like a story where he doesn't want to do what they say he should do, but that's what the challenge is. OPM. Oh, One Punch Man, where the heroes already beat everything, and this is the aftermath. In what context do you mean that? Like One Punch Man, where like he doesn't want to fight anymore because he already is aware that he's the strongest? I mean, in a way, that's kind of what, I don't know. One Punch Man is a really weird type of story, but like the thing about One Punch Man, from my familiarity with it, is like every story is about the fates aligning for him to solve the problem that no one else can do. But like it's kind of different, like, because it's not that he doesn't want to fight, it's just that he's not really motivated to do anything. Like, he wants to be a superhero, but like he just doesn't, he's just like super apathetic. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a different take on Super. Like, clearly he's a Superman-esque character in that he's, like, incredibly strong and, like, no one can match him. But, like, yeah, I mean, like, the tension of Superman is that he, like, cares so much about, like, innocence that, like, it makes his job harder. One Punch Man is just sort of, like, I don't know. He's a complicated character, but I don't think it, like, really matches. Because it's not that like, the distinction is this. The challenge there is for him to find motivation. It's not that he's unwilling to do superhero stuff. He has chosen to be a superhero. But, like, he doesn't go around every episode being like, being a superhero is lame. There's no reason to be a superhero. Like, I guess this is specifically what I'm saying. Is, like, it really sucks to watch something where, like, it's not internally obvious why the story keeps going. And then on top of that, the characters keep calling attention to that and being really annoying about it. Like, I literally can't think of something that's like that. It may exist, but I imagine it sucks. Like the first third of Hancock. Like, it's close to that. Like, he's really over being a superhero and he does it, but it makes people mad. But, like, he just can't do anything else because he obviously can't get, like, a day job and whatever because he's just, like, a mortal super being or whatever. But, like, even then, the distinction is that, like, what does he do? He does whatever he wants, which is kind of like One Punch Man. It's not like he stops being the superhero or spends the entire movie, like, literally, like, doing superhero stuff and then complaining to everyone that superhero stuff sucks. Like, he just, like, stops being, like, a role model and just does whatever he wants. And sometimes that means saving the day and sometimes it doesn't. Like Shinji from Evangelion. Only he can do it, but he has no motivation. But no, see, like, again, like, Shinji, like, there's tension with Shinji because he doesn't have the confidence to believe that he can do it, whether or not he is, like, the chosen one or whatever. It's not that, like, he is capable and he knows he's capable, but he just, like, he can be quite annoying at times, but it's different. Yeah, it's closer. Like, that's like towards the point I'm driving at, where it's like why would I continue to, like, watch this when, like, they're not providing a reason why it should be happening? Like, I feel like if I thought really hard about it, I could come up with examples, like, that were similar, that were just like, and thus, like, this story shouldn't happen. Like, it's not a good story. So it's like, I guess, like, 4 games in, I would have expected us to reach a point where we were, like, self-motivated to do this job, or we would have reached a conclusion to the story. Is, like, kind of the crux of it. Like, it's weird that, like, every game we sort of approach it like, man, it sure sucks doing this thing that's entirely optional, but I guess we'll keep doing it for no reason. And then, like, finally, at the end of Game 4, they're like, maybe a reason to care about this is because some people are bad. Like, I don't know, it's just not, like, satisfying. Yeah. And, like, I don't know, you could even try to make the weird, like, half-hearted argument that the games have made a couple of times of, like, if you don't do spirit medium stuff, then you'll go crazy. But, like, I don't think that's a good argument because, like, the reason why her family members were hospitalized is because they, like, didn't just refuse the call to be a spirit medium, but refused to acknowledge that the powers of a spirit medium, like, continue to be real. I mean, certainly in the case of the grandmother whose name I absolutely don't remember at this point, but, like, you know, Lauren did spirit medium stuff for a while. We don't truly know what the crux was, but it still kind of sounds like there was a point where she, like, stopped believing in the power or something. I don't know. I guess I think the only reason Rosangela does this is because it's all she's got. She's a failure in every other aspect of her life. No idea how she's paying her bills. But, like, that's the thing, right? If I felt like she had been making money off this the whole time, like, that would almost be enough by itself for me to be like, yeah, it's still insanely annoying that, like, we act like it's a higher calling, but also are just, like, nonstop irritating about it. But, like, it's not until the end of game 3 that we even imply that it's remotely profitable. And then, like, what's the first thing that happens after we get, like, a paying case? We blow up a boat. Like, it just doesn't seem remotely profitable. I don't know. I don't know a ton about Stanley Parable. I was never a big fan of it. I always found it annoying that everyone said it was such a great game when it's, like, not a game. It's like a weird interactive story that's not a game. You miss blowing up the boat. It was really important to the start of this game. Like, the first case in this game is that, like, a boat keeps disappearing in the night and they have to keep towing it back to the dock where it's supposed to be. And we get on there, and obviously there's a ghost, and we, like, purge the ghost, and on the way out, he's like, good thing I rigged the boat so that no one will ever get it again. And then, like, you find out that the boat's, like, on a crash course, and you can't stop it in time, so you jump off the boat. And then you get, like, an angry email from someone being like, you blew up my boat! And, like, there's just no way you're making a profit when you blew up a guy's boat. But, like, yeah. I mean, all of this to say that, like, I don't know. Maybe this is finally a turning point where, like, the characters become more relatable because they have, like, a call to action after, like, doing, like, at this point, I don't know, like, 12 individual ghost cases or something. Like, it's just, like, wild to me that it should take this long. Like, essentially, I don't know how much this means to those of you watching, but, like, in, like, storytelling, you know, like, one of the most traditional structures is, like, a 3-act play. And, like, the first act is sort of, like, you know, the call to action and, like, setting up what the story is. And, like, you know, there tends to be more tension about motivations and stuff until we answer the call to action. And then that's usually around the point that we get into, like, what actually is the story and the action that we're following and, like, the decisions that the characters make that progress the story and make it what it is. But, like, that's in, like, a, you know, in a 90-minute movie, that's, like, 30 minutes. In the Blackwell series, we seem to have gone through 4 out of 5 games in Act 1, which is a little unhinged. Like, that's not reasonable. Anyway, it's, like, crazy late, and this is going to be a big problem for me. So, we're going to wrap it up here. I've hidden some squirrels. Find them. I went back and found my mom's guess because this late when she went to bed. I'm out of juice apple. You have limited time. There are 3 more games in this series that I thought there would be. I mean, I knew that there were at least 4, but I don't think I'd ever carefully paid attention to how many Blackwell games existed until we started doing this. I don't know. There's definitely some good and some bad to all of them, except, I don't know. There's even some things I like about Unbound. I definitely think it's the worst one by a lot. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see how the last one goes. Secret squirrel behind Spider Friend. Now, when you say Spider Friend, do you mean little spider? Big spider. Demolitions is clear because this one is called Cheryl. We made a point of this. Invested in this despite seeing so little. That's interesting, Chris. How have you liked what you've seen of the series, both in its own right and how mad I get? I assume people enjoy the rants or we wouldn't be here. I'm gonna go get the other spider. Even in a way, the Matrix. In what way the Matrix? That, I mean, Neo sort of accepts that he's the one by the end of the first one. Anyway, big spider. This a Halloween basket. You may have guessed that it's hiding something, but this time it's not a Squirtle. It's a little lobster. You see, I had sort of a crustacean theme going on, and the little guy's on top. I will say, not really hiding anything behind little spider. She's just a little gal. She's very sparkly. I mean, while we're here, Vulpix has a little Pumpkin Snoopy, and got Ninja Turtle inside the jack-o'-lantern bat full of tiny crabs. I think the gameplay is frustrating, but at this point I want to see where it goes. Yeah, I'm certainly overcommitted in terms of gameplay. Well, that's good. I'm glad people feel like there's valid discussion, because it's not like I want to hate these games. Like, I've heard great things about them and there are good things about them, but like, the story is just not its strength, which is unfortunate for an adventure game which relies really heavily on the story. And like, I think we're mostly in agreement that like the characters also mostly aren't a strength. I mean, the main characters are like pretty disagreeable, and then like the other characters tend to be like openly hostile for little reason. It's weird. Just cause maybe I had another guess, and it happens to be, well, that was unfortunate, but it happens to be a correct one. Might as well end on that. Yeah, I wish Rosangela was more interesting. Like, it's tough when like you have like a duo of main characters and they're both bad. It is a very tiny Eevee. I honestly just like didn't want to put it away, so I like tucked it next to Brown Bear, and I was like, I don't even know if anyone will notice it. It's very small. It's also like super sturdy. It's like not very soft, but it's still pretty cute. So I've held on to it. But yeah, we'll have time to discuss this further. Feel free to meditate on this and light a $200 candle, and we'll talk about it tomorrow when we start the Blackwell Epiphany, which as far as I know is the last Blackwell game. Which, if we continue roughly our trend and we don't get waylaid by such stupid puzzles as we did last Saturday, then we're in good shape to finish this in time for our October 12th super special stream. Thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome. Like these little guys.